Welcome, boys, girls, and everyone else, to Session 4 of the qualifier for this year's Saikyosen Team Battle. I'd like to thank Nathanael for being the person behind the pressing buttons scene today, and Kasmi for Game 1. Later on, you'll also be hearing from Jenn, Amy, and Corak. So, what's the Saikyosen Team Battle? We do have 12 teams this season. Teams can be between any 1 and 3 players in size. The qualifier will be 5 sessions long, so we're in Session 4, already almost done. And in each session, teams play 6 games. You hopefully saw the first 3 yesterday. If not, the VOD is there on the World Riichi channel. But we're having the last 3 for you today. Hello, by the way. Tempo on mahjong to like Riichi. That is such a Harrison thing to say. But yes, how you doing? Hope you had a good day. Yeah, I think Nathaniel will be back very soon. So while Nathaniel's getting ready, let's talk about how you score points. If you want to score points for your team, you have to place well in your matches. You get 3 points for a first place finish, 2 for a second, 1 for a third, 0 for a fourth. In-game score does matter, but only as a timebreaker. There have still been timebreakers even after this many matches, though, so it might be important for 2 or 3 teams, especially if there were some around the cutoff. We'll have a look at that as we go in before we actually get to the first game, but the scores could be very, very close. Otherwise, the prize for all players of the winning team is entry into the Saikyosen main event. Gonna be looking forward to seeing that, I think probably on the JPML channel, but possibly with some streamers you recognise. But yeah, before we go into that, I'd like to thank our sponsors. You see them on the right side of the screen here. First up, we've got USPML, the United States Professional Mahjong League, and Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio. They've got the Slim Score tables, they've got the Ultimate tables, they've got the Rex Unit tables. They've also got some very exciting events coming, one of which we'll get into at some point. Our other sponsor is WRC, the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world. It's held every 3 years, the next of which will be New York. Not a Sparrow's Nest, but a much bigger place for the amount of players we'll be seeing at WRC.
Certainly. But
in 2028. Welcome back. But yes, we were just talking about USPML and WRC, and there's also something going on with the 2 of those, and also M-League. As we see right here, 6 M-Leaguers will be meeting in one place. 7 if we count Iwatani, which I definitely do, along with amazing celebrities, including Moriyama, president of JPML. So, a rare opportunity to see so many celebrities in one place, and possibly get to play against them if you're going to Las Vegas for that massive 2-day tournament, along with fan meetings in Las Vegas and New York City afterwards, and some exhibition matches in New York at Sparrow's Nest. If you're interested, you have until the end of the month to get the early bird bonus for a little bit less money. Otherwise, I think the tickets will still sell a little bit after that. But this is a prime chance to get involved with a lot of really, honestly, huge names in Mahjong, some which we will have seen on our own broadcasts, playing at the Japanese televised tables.
Absolutely. I was watching, actually, recently in the WRC channel, or the WRC Discord, actually, they posted a link to some videos that some of the players made about making their way over to Las Vegas for this event. I think Sayaka Okada and Megumi Aikawa both posted videos on Twitter or on their socials talking about the event that they're going to be participating in. And yeah, it'd be cool to have to see even more of those from some of the players that we have coming out. So looking forward to seeing more excitement building about this event.
Yeah, it's such a rare chance to see so many M-Leaguers in one place. And of course, everyone else on the bottom right. And Moriyama as well.
Absolutely.
When I think it was yesterday, I think I said I'd heard nothing but good stories about Moriyama. Mostly from Gemma, and then Jen said, no, there are bad stories too. But the ones I'd heard are all good.
Well, maybe we'll get even more stories. I know Jen is going to be on later for game number 2, and she'll probably be talking about those videos in more detail. But
yes,
looking forward to hearing even more about it.
Maybe if Jen gets permission, we might be able to feature them on our end too at some point. But yes, we've talked about the events. We've talked about the other big event, of course, the M-League collab. How are the scores looking for our teams right now?
Yeah, looks like after game 3 yesterday, City Plus still in the lead here at 40 points total. But
keeping that 2-point lead.
Team Four Seasons not too far behind, as you said, only 2 points, so could be overtaken in just one game. And we're starting to get to that part of the season where you're really invested now in your standings. There are only 5 sessions, right, before the playoffs, and we already...
Exactly, yes. We have 9 games left.
Exactly, halfway through the penultimate session. So Four Seasons, Orphew, Aoke, all in the mix, all in the hunt. Also, Team Little not too far behind, real partner at 33. Honestly, anyone in the mid-30s probably has a chance. Of course, it'll be hard to stop City Plus from getting points, and maybe we'll get to watch a little of the action, see if players do incorporate that as part of their strategy.
Exactly, yeah. Another thing to keep in mind is the in-game score, I said it didn't matter, but it does on a tie. So if Four Seasons catches up by those 2 points, they will be ahead because they've earned more points in their wins. So something to keep in mind when the scores are this close.
We can already see the tie having an impact as the standings currently stand. With that grouping at 30 points, Team Frontrunner is losing the tiebreaker, and therefore they are in the bottom group towards the playoffs. And you really want to be in the higher groups to give yourself the best advantage. So, of course, the numbers will change as we move to the end, but keep that in mind.
Yeah, exactly. So, who are we actually watching for Game 1 today?
Well, if you were interested in watching the battle that Team City Plus is going to have, then we've got the game for you. It is Taishi Nagata representing Team City Plus, JPML Pro. He will be our first dealer here in the 4th game. Also, real partner making their play to the top group. It will be Kotaro Takizawa representing that group, another JPML Pro. Porori will be representing Sunfaro, another JPML Pro, and from JPML we have Remi Otsuki representing Team Trenders.
So a full JPML match, but it'll be really cool to see. You kind of vibe with the lowercase team, Little. Yeah, Little Hairline have a good logo. I like that. I do like their design.
Letters makes sense.
But yes, I do like the fact that we have fans of certain teams in chat. That's cool. The only way to see how they do is to see what the scores are. And in order to see that, we have to watch the game.
All right, let's do it.
Good luck, everybody, on this table. I'm excited. Remi's excited too. You can see a little smile.
Already through the process of drawing the tiles. Usually we can see that from the start. Anko of one soul already, and a Dora Yama in shape. Looking good for Nagata.
Looking decent for everyone here so far, at least.
Yeah, Takizawa looking good. Porori with the Chun pair to start off with. No Dora just yet.
But it's definitely that potential 7-9 mixable sequence.
Absolutely. Otsuki with a Hatsu pair and reasonably put together shapes. So I would say the dealer's looking strong, but no one's out of it in the early stages of this game.
Exactly. I could definitely see the White Dragons coming out really nice and early. Okay, I was dreaming about Sanchoku too much. We already cut the 9-man from Porori's hand.
Now, certainly a tile that you consider hanging on to because it's door adjacent, and actually dropping out this early is a bit of a signal. Could just mean that he has a 6 if the other players are reading the hand, but to our eye, it looks like he's going for maybe a bit of a hedge towards the flush, but not necessarily a commitment. We do see the west wind called. That is his seat wind, of course.
Exactly. So we also managed to see Otsuki get that 1-pin pair up. Doesn't necessarily have to use the 1-2. Could potentially go for 3 social through something exciting like that if we're lucky.
Yeah, some interesting choices here. We saw the 8-so come out twice with no pawn, so not a toy attempt from Porori, as Otsuki does open up with the green dragons. So also ended up cutting the copy of the 8-so as he drew in the pin zoom. Maybe not a flush either.
Oh, that is a very useful draw to see.
Oh, it is a flush,
looking
just
less
the
likely,
other
but
suit.
we can get that flush.
Yeah, that's a decision, though, to cut a strong shape in order to force that direction. And it kind of signaled that he was moving that way with the pass at the 8-so and keeping the honor tiles over the dual pair setup.
Can see the last white dragon go. It's not going to be called. Oh wait, no, it's not the wrong player here. Wrong dragon, even.
One away from Tempai is
Yeah.
Otsuki. Does need to find a pair.
A little bit of a backfire, but we are trying to go for that 3 console triplets for Nagata there. The ideal situation would be to triple up one of those pairs.
Yeah, after the 3-mon gets paired, less of a backup plan. I would ideally be able to use the Penchun because that accepts the door shape, but
Yeah, exactly.
no guarantees.
Okay, this is our turf Senpai. It's not a good Senpai. 3-pin, 5-man with 3 of the 5-mans in our own hand, but Senpai nonetheless for Otsuki.
Otsuki can reclaim some of the tiles that she needs.
5-man comes out.
Wow. So did not end up drawing the Dora, but that's okay. Starts off with a win.
Yep. We move on to East 2 with a small lead, but perhaps, depending on how the game goes, a very important one.
Yeah, once again, placement
is
what matters here.
Yeah, it's always interesting, right, when you have that really small early lead, because sometimes if a game just goes that way, everyone's fighting cheap, that small early lead is position by the end of the game.
Yeah, I really don't think about that way until later, but it could play a role. That 1,000 points, you never know how big of a difference that'll make in the future. Wow, this looks pretty strong here.
This looks, yeah, 1 away already. Okay, 2 away.
2 away, but with 2 diamond shapes, excellent.
Absolutely. Keeping the white dragon as a safe tile instead of relying on hoping to draw that 2 of bamboo.
And now, straight away,
immediately rewarded for it.
7 draw. We did see one in the hand of Nagata. I think that was the only one that we've seen.
I think you are right.
This hand looks like it's pretty slow right now. Oh, nice Kanchan fill. Still searching.
9 doesn't help us at all. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, maybe we hold on to that 9 for the 7 acceptance because we still are searching for blocks, but currently everyone in that slow building stage except for Otsuki.
Yeah, Takizawa getting a decent pair, but again, we were hoping using that as part of a shape. Still, we can cut the 2.
In this particular league, there is no condition that they have to meet, so just whatever the scores are at the end of the South round will stand. Yes. No West round continuance.
Yeah. Usually, if you have the West round continuance, it's only if last place dealer can end the match, right? Like when you normally have the last dealer has to continue no matter what rule on, then the game will always end out to South 4 because it just means everyone gets 2 dealerships and that's that. Which I think is probably the fairest way of doing things. That's why the tournaments I run that sort of combination of rules.
That certainly makes sense. Wow, this hand has developed pretty nicely.
With a chance. Yeah, 1 away with the chance of the Sand Shocky too.
Yeah, I love that. Otsuki has been stuck at Ishanten. Typically how it goes, you know, when you are far away from Tempai, more tiles will fit into your hand. When you are 1 away from Tempai, you are limited in what you can draw, so you kind of sit there usually while other players catch up.
Yes, indeed. Nagata, actually, it looks like they might be folding from this point onwards. I'm not sure why we're cutting the 1-3 pin. It's not a good shape no matter what, but should we see 2 of the 2 pins already? That's why. Okay, I take it back.
And kind of getting back into it with the 5-pin draw.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Nice, sort of perfect 1 away hidden inside. That 1-2-2. 2 potential candidates for pairs. It's not quite perfect 1 away, but it's a similar kind of thing. The 4 does not help us.
And certainly, if you're one of the players at the table, you're looking at the discards of Otsuki and wondering, oh, a Dora comes out from the dealer as well. So pressure now. Considerations.
Dora.
Yeah, holding a safe tile.
Without any hesitation, depending on the player, if you know them, that might be a sign that they are tenpai or one away. Might not be, but depending on who you know. So one away as well for Porori, although it's still kind of an awkward one away, all things considered. Could still become a pure sequence though.
Tuso fills now one away for Nagata. We do have the Tenpai. Had held the 6-0 to give options towards 3-4-5 or 4-5-6 Sancho, but you're the 3 mon, so it will be 3-4-5 attempt.
3-pin does it. We do see 3 of them already discarded. We see all 4 of them are counted for, so unfortunately, unless someone discards the 3-pin, it's not going to happen. How about 6-pin? Is there still a chance of just the Pinfu Riichi?
Actually, maybe the 6-0 is more leaning to 7-0 acceptance if we drew it, but... we will see the chase.
By my count, I think it's 2 tiles, and this chasing Riichi doesn't matter because we see the 6-pin get drawn. Didn't see the arrow flip. Nothing wrong with Riichi Pinfu Sumo, especially when you get a free Riichi stick from the Gata.
1,300 each, plus that stick.
But the scores remain close. Although, this is Takizawa's dealership, so the dealership will continue.
Very much a hand you're happy to win, even if you missed the expensive side.
Yeah, especially when you see a reach, because that's suddenly a little danger flash before your eyes.
Certainly, you're getting chased, and you don't have any door in your hand, so you worry about the presence of door in their hand.
Exactly, yes. Everyone's hand's kind of a mess right now. I mean, could be considering a flush. Okay, East is Ardora. That does change a few things, but it's still kind of awkward to work around this, honestly, for everyone here.
Just starting out with the honor cuts for the dealer, but Takizawa is collecting a lot of mon tiles.
Theoretically go for an outside hand, but even that doesn't feel that great. Just going to be going for the potential flush. I respect it.
Yeah, 9-9, so it hedges the flush, but also with 3 pairs in hand, could just make the claim that he's playing efficiently.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also really hard to read anything from a 9-so pair, as you say. Yeah, because it is just the efficient move most of the time. Did notice that Otsuki does have a pair of the Dora. Definitely will be calling that had anyone else discard it, but I don't think it's going to happen necessarily, at least not for a while, with one East being held in both Takizawa and Porori's hands. It's going to slow this hand down a little bit, but probably not that much, and the East could still just be a pair that we reach on as our pair for the hand.
As this hand gets closer and closer for Nagata, it becomes more likely that the East comes out. However, right now the value really doesn't justify dropping it so easily.
Yes, exactly. It's the 4th pair. It's not worth going 7 pairs. I was thinking about it too. I was counting them. I was like, do I? No.
The other reason to keep those pairs is there is Sanshoku Doko.
That's also would be very fun.
Very fun, but not very likely.
Yes. The problem with the Sanshoku Doko, especially on a 4, is it's unlikely you're going to get all 3 of the 4s, right? Like, at least one 4 is going to be used by someone else. And even if it's not being used, it's probably going to be discarded. Ooh, another step close to this full flush. Still a really long way away, but I guess when your hand's bad, you might as well shoot for the moon and hope you hit, rather than just giving up without even trying.
Yeah, it's a really interesting spot because it still is a ways off from the flush. It's closer to just being a Riichi, even Riichi only, waiting on the 2-pin. You know, a bad wait. That being said, just being Tenpai is strong as dealer, so...
Yes, the best way to defend is often just to win first, so That's amazing. And also just keeping your dealership, as you say, worthwhile. Otsuki is one away from Tenpai, though, and probably the closest person to Tenpai. Can call the East if it does come out for the ready hand.
Yeah, as expected, Nagata not willing to drop the East until Tenpai, and maybe even then could still cut away from his pair and try to Tonki on the East later.
Yes. I think it's one of those situations where if you got to Tenpai earlier, maybe you'd cut it, but now we're near the end of the hand, and you haven't seen any other Easts played. The odds of someone having a pair are much, much higher.
Also note that the discards for Takizawa do look quite strange with all 9965 still coming out. Maybe if you believe it's a flush, then it could be an argument they are holding the door pair. You do not want to give the dealer 5 Han for free.
Yes, exactly. A dealer Mangan is devastating.
And the value of this hand still just Riichi only, so I don't think Nagata will ever drop it at this point.
Yep, I believe that. I don't think Porori's doing it either. Although Porori is one away. Maybe there's a world, but I have my doubts.
Oh, well, now you get the two-sided weight. Could still south-south here.
Definitely is an option.
Oh, Braves the
Can I
East!
go for Reach? It's going to get called.
100%.
So, 2 players Tenpai now.
Camera catches up. They went very quickly through that.
And finally, the East is free, so Porori also can just discard it without worrying. So 3-6 pin
he finds it.
versus 1-4. There's the 4. The East 3 hand was disarmed. Not the greatest hand in the world. I think it was just Reach Sumo. I don't think it was it a Patsu? I don't think it was.
Not just
but it was cool. It was cool.
Of course. That being said, a brave move there, knowing that it was likely to get called. It was indeed called. And immediately into Tenpai was Otsuki. However, Takizawa did find the win. Maybe this is... Nagata finding the win. Maybe this is the advantage that you have as the first place team overall. You can afford to take some risk.
That's one way of thinking about it, for sure. I guess if you're not aggressive, you're not going to keep that first place position. It does make sense. Playing passive gets you seconds and thirds, and that's okay, but not first place mentality, right?
I also suspect that a different decision would have been made had he drawn the 1-4 pin into Tenpai and been waiting on the Shampon instead.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. So, speaking of the Dora, this time the Dora is the 5-man. Nothing as exciting as East. But you do have one in Otsuki's hand, one in Takizawa's hand. A really awkward situation for Porori.
3 pairs.
Yeah, it's not enough pairs to want to go for 7, but too many to want to go for a normal hand like Pinfu. So you got to make that decision. Do we consider cutting a pair at some point? And if so, which one? Probably 6-pin seems like a good choice.
Yeah, after drawing another Yamen shape, does feel like we are moving in the direction of Pinfu, so can continue on with the natural cuts.
Yeah, honestly, a situation that the problem that solves itself is my kind of problem. Just drawing in that 7-pin does help the problem solve itself quite naturally.
And you do sort of expect that to happen with multiple centralized pairs. The problem is when your sequences start to fill before that Yamen becomes formed, and then you have to decide if you're going to move towards a Shampon or not.
That's pair number 4, but we can stay strong. We'll just discard East. That also works.
Now the question is, how much do you value double East? And usually the answer is quite strongly. However, with pairs considerations, it's okay to drop it here.
Yeah, honestly, I need to think about that more often, I think. I will discard a single East, and then we do end up missing out on the potential pair there. Oh, no! But I do tend to think to discard East a little bit earlier than maybe I should. I should check that again.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed watching some of the super strong US players is that they hold the East a lot longer than I had originally thought they might. Even one's cut. If you are the double seat wind, I mean, this is true for the south wind as well. When you are in the south seat, double wind turns out it's very strong.
Yeah, two-hand is definitely nothing to be sneezed at. But not this time. Having said that, though, the hand is still progressing one away. Perfect one away for Porori. Could just go for a nice quick reach.
Yeah, very close for most players. Otsuki also went away. I think Takizawa as well. Oh, two away
one
here.
Away now for Nagata. Everyone is sneaking up real quickly. The three of Bambi does not do it. But is it safe? It's definitely not something we want to be pushing less we are Tenpai. And it is going to be very useful to Nagata. So if you're going to discard it, you have to do it before Nagata gets that ready hand.
Yeah, Takizawa even two away now, or even larger than I originally thought.
Wise man fears the West-West. Fair. Welcome on in. And this is our first step by 3-6 man for Riichi Dora 1. Not the most exciting thing, but first Tenpai is always very good.
We have been relatively limited in terms of the value. Oh, chasing reach. No reach.
By my count, I think I see 5 of the winners, so only 3 remain for Otsuki's reach. I have to do another look. What should you sneeze at? Good question. I wonder where that phrase came from. It's nothing to sneeze at. Like, like you don't want to sneeze at anything, ideally. But I play the game generally afraid. Mood.
See, that's my secret too. Yeah, we saw Porori waiting one turn, maybe hoping to snipe an 8, so coming out. It didn't come out, and so then Riichi declared. Now the big think
Nagata here
does decide to make the play.
Yeah, we'll not have a Yaku, but definitely as the hand is coming close to its end, trying to get to Tenpai is worth fighting for. You say it over and over again, especially when the scores are this close.
Yes, certainly with the score line. And you do have to evaluate if you will have enough safe tiles against both Riichis by the end of the wall, maybe just counting the number of tiles left, making sure that he could expect to get there safely.
Yeah, exactly. What do you do if they draw a really bad tile? What if you draw the one thing that you do not want to play under any circumstances?
Like this Dora?
Yes, exactly like this Dora. I think it's easier for Takizawa, though, because Takizawa is just so far from Tenpai that it's not that likely to happen.
Oh, Itzo.
And that will deal in. Porori gets the Chispinfu. No Urador this time.
HP
Again, could have potentially been Sanshoku had we gotten luckier with our sequences. One off, unfortunately.
That may also have been another reason for him to wait one turn before the Riichi. The 5-mon draw for the Sanshoku potential and the Dora is potentially a 3-on upgrade. So he gave it a look, but ultimately decided as dealer, I should just chase this and try to take advantage of the Riichi player.
Absolutely, and it paid off. Porori now in second place in this extremely close game going into East 3.
West?
Dora is the West this time, exactly.
That is the seat of Nagata, but I did not see any in his hand.
No, I don't think we see any of them right now. All 4 of them are in the wall somewhere. Be drawn.
All right, maybe useless. Of course, when you have an honor tile Dora, is always something in the back of your head to try to build a hand that can incorporate in some way.
Okay. So I guess sneezing would be an insult, right? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So if someone was worth insulting, then you'd sneeze at it. Worth paying it. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for that. A little history lesson in chat. Appreciate that. Oh, sorry, I was interrupting you. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
No, I'm reflecting on this statement and learning.
Yeah. This is probably before we knew that like sneezes spread illness, but maybe we did know that, and that's just a myth. I don't know. It's tough, but definitely would be seen as an insult for sure, like spitting on someone, for example. Anyway, not that's ever going to happen here on the margin table. Everyone is very respectful.
Indeed. And nice 8-so triplet now for Nagata. Takizawa has been moving towards the tateniu, so certainly not a hand that can use the west door so easily. Otsuki 2 away. Towards another Riichi, hopefully when that gets to win. Two multiple pairs now. One of them's going to have to come out. It's the 9-pin.
Speaking of pairs, pair of the Yakuhai Green Dragon. Once cut already, though, but should the time arise, there's for first Dora, and it has just been instantly discarded. Maybe that will be a sign. We talked about that earlier with the previous Dora. Wow, there was only one Green Dragon left, but there it was drawn, and we're seeing a Dharma weight on the 2 of dots, which will come out because the 5 dot was played just before.
It was also a natural cut as the 4-pin triplet came to fruition. We saw the south triple up, the Green Dragon triple up, and then the 4-pin leading into the deal. And not the most expensive of hands for Otsuki, but she will collect a few 100 points extra due to the Honban. And it should remain close as we move into her dealership.
Yeah, it's one of those really interesting situations where you would choose the Dharma there, because if you'd reached, people would be way more suspicious of that 5-pin. And you probably would have never seen the 2-pin come out anywhere near as quickly as we just saw. So, really interesting decision making there. Paid off. Not many points, but as you say, but definitely paid off.
All the hands that Otsuki has won so far have been with the Green Dragon. Maybe we can just say some sort of Yakuhai call. Now gets the double east.
Also, I assume that the whole sneezing thing is, if you did it involuntarily, you wouldn't like direct your sneeze onto someone, right? That's the difference. You'd cover your mouth or do something like that, you know? But choosing to do it on someone would be incredibly insulting. It makes sense. At least that's how I'm picturing it. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. But yes, that's why I assume it's the difference between like, oh, let me look away for a second and then let me specifically lean over onto you to do it. But yes, anyway.
Otsuki Shanten looking for a pair.
Very likely to end on that pair weight, but that does give you a little bit of freedom to try and choose something tricksy.
This West Tonki pay Tonki. Nope, that's already discarded. Let's not do that.
Yep, no. It's always fun when you think, oh, this is a great way. Oh, no, I can't.
We just dropped that.
Well, yeah, we don't want that 9. That's for someone else. They can have that. It's a free gift.
Advancement now for Nagata. Can use the 6 Odora in the 7-8-9-9 Adyaman shape.
Yeah, if the 9 of Bamboo becomes our pair, we have the chance of the 6-7-8 mixture sequence too. Again, unlikely, but you think about these things, just in case you can sneak 2 extra hand in and use the door, as you say.
Okay, Diamond.
Speaking of
Ooh.
refused.
Perhaps that's in part because of the 9-man being thrice cut.
Also, that was the one hand that was open, right? So an open sandchuck is only worth 1 hand. So makes a lot of sense to not worry about that.
It is technically inefficient, but if you are targeting this West Tonki as a future weight, then it does make some sense.
Yeah. Keeping the Green Dragon as an option, or the Green Dragon is live, so you would choose a once cut if you have the. Actually, they're both live. I take it back, but still,
it's been her lucky tile so far this game, so maybe that's another reason to aim for it.
Know, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so this is where we get punished a little bit. The pair draws are missed when we had the Diamond 7-8 Mon. but that's not necessarily the worst case. We are just missing out on, what, 5 tiles, potentially?
Also, interesting, we see Takizawa with the, I was going to say a second triplet, but no. Okay. Going to be just going for the Ishanten for the all-inside hand here. All-inside Dora 1.
Yeah, it's been that kind of match. East 4 and just chippy, chippy, chippy. Oh, there's the 9. The last copy. Still looking for the other diamond to fill out.
Yeah, very often games like this are decided by one big hand. But even if it is decided by one big hand, whoever gets this lead in the early scuffles is going to get second place. So we'll have to see. Tenpai for Nagata. Just Pinfu. Didn't get the Sanshoku. But there's still a chance we can get that upgrade in the future.
Yeah, with the double East call from Otsuki, it's a big threat in that hand. 2 Han is already kind of annoying. 3 Han is not, happy to deal into. And if it's 4 Han, say you deal in with the Dora when there's already one in hand, you are in big trouble. So Nagata perhaps aiming to incorporate the Dora into his hand with a Dama if he draws it.
This is Tenpai as well. 7 of bamboo, 8 of bamboo for Otsuki.
A bit of a
We have Cheed. So all triples is not achievable, but 3 triples is definitely achievable for Takizawa. And even if you don't make that, you've got Dora 2. So there's nothing wrong with that at all.
There's a bit of a troubling Dora draw for Takizawa. If he draws into Tenpai and the Pinzu, might have to cut the 7-so because he doesn't want to drop the 6-so. But it will be Nagata stealing the win away here with the Pinfu only.
It's just a game of small cuts. But that does put Nagata into second place temporarily by 100 points.
Yeah, definitely a frustrating dealership for Otsuki. Has had a couple chances now where she's been stuck in Ishanten for a very long time.
What an interesting close game.
We'll move into the South round.
Dora will be the 7 of bamboo. And we have 1 here. Maybe with a chance of using sequences around that 7. We do have that 6, 6, 6, 7 of dots, so there's a good chance we'll end up discarding the 7 pin at some point in the near future.
Here in the South round, the East not as valuable to the dealer. It is the South wind for the South player that will be the important tile.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's a situation where someone in the South seat does in fact hold that South. We'll have to see.
I think we just saw the 8-pin draw for Nagata filling in the Kanchan shape. Could be another fast Tenpai.
Certainly when you're dealer, that's what you want to be seeing. Interesting pair up here on the 9. We're not going for anything crazy like orphans. It's not happening. But yeah, and then we do see the West Coast card.
8 unique. There's also a pair in the hand, and Otsuki will probably just be playing for the outside hand now.
Exactly, yeah. And that's why we just immediately cut the 5. Of course, people looking at that are going to think something's up. Maybe they'll be thinking more likely to be a flush, perhaps, than an outside hand. But there's something weird about seeing a 4-5 in your first 3 discards. The West does put the flush into question maybe a little bit. We'll see. Either way, though, the second Dora here for Takizawa has that dependency on the White Dragon, but if it does come out from Porori, this could be an explosive hand for Takizawa. 1 away for dealer Nagata, though.
Yeah, not slowing down. Wow, chooses the Tanya route.
I think that's very fair. I do think the White Dragon would have come out eventually from Porori here, but eventually is maybe a bit too slow.
And
but we could be Tenpai.
Not wanting to give up on the 6-pin connector here.
And interestingly enough, we can still don't even have to go Tanya if we do draw the 5 pin. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Keeping that 1 pin there just in case we get the perfect draw.
Your
already
choice.
gave up on the 3, so We do see 1-1, 1-4 out already in the bamboo. And it does maybe give up on our chance of the Sanshoku and the all inside. So yeah, we are going to get rid of that.
Yeah, I was looking at the chance of Tanya. I'm not convinced that that's so realistic here. It would most likely involve a 4-mon draw.
Yes,
But
exactly. Yeah, you have to draw.
4-mon draw or even the last 6-pin, it's doable. So maybe that does play a part of the some amount of role
Expect
here.
it not to happen, but if it does happen, make sure you've got the room to let it happen.
I mean, there's also like a
choosing.
Sancho would be so nice.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that one. There's only 3 tiles like that, as you say, but that one upgrade would add 3 Han potentially. Would be so impressive.
There's a way. There's a way now. No, let's go.
Yeah. Keeping this out as a. Actually, no, not a safe tile.
It is
once
cut. Twice cut, actually.
That's
so pretty safe.
Okay. I didn't see the second one. My apologies.
Oh, well. Ishantam.
Now, speaking of the outside hand, and potentially, it's unlikely, but potentially the 1-3 Sanshoku.
Otsuki was definitely considering which Sanchoku look would be better. I mean, immediately, the Ishata does not allow for it. But if you pair up the 9 with the cut that she made here, then you can move to the 1-3 Sanchoku. And if she kept the 9-pin instead, there's possibly a route to 7-8-9 as well. Certainly
That's very true. The 8-pin would have helped, but that's okay. Made a decision. A second Dora for dealer Nagata. Now, I know what all 4 of those are. We're not going to see anyone triple up that for even more value. But I don't think either player needs it as a triplet, necessarily. 7-mon is not helpful, but also we're at the situation here where not many mans have been played by anyone. We've seen a few of the 8s and 9s. We haven't seen anything below the 7, though. Gonna play it anyway. The hand is really good, potentially. And that's Tempai. So, reach only, but reach Dora 2. I keep saying only as if that's all it is. When you've got 2 Dora, it's not. It's very good, actually. And a good weight as well. Gonna probably drive this 5 into the hand. Yeah, gonna be taking a slower route, folding a little bit from Otsuki. It's the smart thing to do, but also it feels bad. It feels so bad. Tempo as well, of course, for Takizawa, waiting on the 6 of characters. Which we did just draw. And actually, I was going to say Otsuki was out of this hand, but with that 6 of character draw, not only have we removed one of the winning tiles for Takizawa, but also potentially have the chance of the Itsu. Gotta have something good to justify pushing. But
a path back in?
We're still missing a pair. But technically, yes. 1 away now for Otsuki. Could just go for Pinfu if we pair up the 1 or the 2 of characters and the other one happens to be safe. We have seen, I think, the 1-man get played. No, yes. I don't think that's correct. Okay.
Yeah, she did choose to play the 1-man over the Gambutsu 2-man.
So if we do pair up the 2-man, we get Pinfu.
Either pair candidate will be safe
and
entry.
That discard from Takizawa now confirms the 2-pin as safe as well. So choosing to hedge just a little bit longer. Can even wait on the 3 of darts just to have a Tempai.
Certainly, if she could redraw 7-mon or even call for 7-mon.
Yeah, I don't see the 4 coming out anytime soon here. But it's exactly as you say. While there's a path, there's hope for Otsuki to get back in this game. The hope is now over because we have a sumo from Takizawa. All inside Dora 2. And Takizawa manages to sneak ahead into first place. It's still very close, though. There will be Takizawa's dealership going to south too.
Yeah.
I,
I'm thinking back to the Riichi decision from Nagata. Of course, could have chosen to take the diamond weight, dropping the Dora. But Takizawa was playing the hand as if he had Tanya Dora 2, cutting away from a Yako high pair and opening the hand early, which is not something that you usually see unless there's Dora 2. And so dropping a third copy of the Dora into that hand does seem rather risky, so instead played the weaker weight that kept both Dora.
yeah, exactly. Definitely something I guess it depends on who you're playing as well. But at a high level, someone very rarely opens for just Tanya on its own. Exactly. So the Dora 2, or at least Dora 1, could be assumed, depending on who you're playing and sort of what trends you see that from. I've definitely played people who will just call everything because they want to win hands, but that's a different story when you're at this level, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Same, depending on who I'm playing against. But I feel like a lot of the players that I do play against who kind of use the classical pro style, they definitely would refuse to open the hand unless they've got a flush or they've got two Dora, or
Yes.
it's like South 3 and they're meeting a condition.
Yeah, well, I guess the only other potential excuses is you're almost certain someone else has the best hand and you really, really want to make sure they don't win it. But that's a risk. But you've to decide that it's worth the risk for whatever reason. But yes, either way, though, we are in South 2. Seven-man is our Dora. We do see two of them in Nagata's hand. Porori really wants to draw one, but we only have one remaining. And ready me happy. That's also another way of playing Mahjong, for sure.
Takizawa, the dealer, moving towards the 7-8-9 Sanshouku. Now with the triplet of 6-0 has some flexibility in what gets to be the pair of the hand. Single south call for Nagata.
A lot of value, but again, with the scores from everyone, the average score here being so low, trying to sneak in what you can might be the best way of playing this out. Also, just denying Takizawa dealership as well.
A little think here on the one pin, as that does lean towards 1-2-3 Sanshouku, but Otsuki stays firm with her current shapes. Takizawa did make the commitment with a 6, so cut, and now he's just going to cut them all.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward in that situation. You really are going for the Sanshoku, but even that's tough ask. This is actually a really tough decision. We obviously want to keep the 8-9 because we want to draw the 7, but also the 2-5 of Bamboo is probably just a better weight if we are going to be stuck looking for a pair at the end of this. Choosing to try and draw in that Dora. It's a tough call, though. I think that actually was worth taking a moment to think about it. That dependency on the 7 of characters, though, will probably be a bit of a downfall because we do have only one of them in the wall.
Takizawa really setting the trap on the 7, so but needs to find Tempai in order to gain anything from this. Still a little way. Nagata.
Yeah, honestly, looking at that discard pattern, you would not be expecting the 7 of Bamboo to deal in. Especially after it's been discarded twice.
That's thrice cut on the board even.
Oh, thrice. Oh, it's even worse. But at the same time, if someone does draw it and you happen to be Tempai, it could pay off.
Takizawa now just trying anything, does not believe in his current shapes, so
yeah,
up.
I think you're absolutely right. Until we saw the third one that get started, it was a valid strategy. I think the second that third one went, that's where it's like, okay. The only way I'm winning this hand is if I go a bit crazy. This is going to be Tempai for Otsuki, waiting on that 7 of characters. Tempai as well for Porori, for all triplets and the south. Also waiting on 7 characters. So Porori will head bump Otsuki if it comes to that. I don't think it was playing to 7, but you never know.
I think we are looking at Nagata here.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. It's not Porori, it's Nagata and Otsuki. Yes, you are right.
But yes, Yakuhai Dora 2.
Otsuki will be the one doing the head bump. But yes, I don't think Takizawa's going to be playing the 7 of characters,
Oh,
so
certainly
we don't have
not.
to worry about that. So the only other question remains, how many of the 9-pin are out there? We see both of them right here in Takizawa's hand, holding everyone's winners.
It's going to be a long wait for Otsuki, as the tile will never come. The only question then is, where are the 9 pins? And as you mentioned, Takizawa
They're right here. Yeah.
holds them. This could be a long wait for Nagata as well. And that's pressure, right? Every draw that he makes, he has to decide whether it's a tile he wants to push. Already chose to jam the 6-mon. So had to make too many more difficult decisions.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going into South 3 with both Otsuki and Nagata getting a small catch-up. Not enough to overtake anyone. Actually, no, it will be enough to tie with Porori for Nagata, but otherwise, it's going to be really close going to South 3. So we go 2 players, Tenpai, 1,500 points for each, minus 1,500 for Takizawa and Porori. And I hate saying it like this because it sounds silly, but we have 1,300 points in the pot. And it sounds silly when you say it like this, but we're in South 3, and the gap between first place and last place is less than 9,000 points. So
that does make a difference. You know, you called it out from that early win, that 1,000 points that Otsuki took in East 1. Sometimes the small hands can make the difference, and right now the gap is just barely any margin at all.
So this is Porori's chance to try and sneak ahead into first place. Currently taking a joint second. I would have to ask Jenn how that works. I assume it's probably.
In this case, I believe they lose. He would lose the tiebreak. I believe it's according to seat position.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I do seem to remember Jenn saying something like that in the past. So, needing to get even 100 points ahead, just trying to sneak ahead into that guaranteed position. But this could be Utsuki's chance to make a comeback. The hand is looking very good right now. Got that Pinfu going. It is probably just Pinfu, but there's nothing wrong with Riichi Pinfu Sumo, especially with the points in the pot. Always a chance to flip Eridora as well.
Porori. Nice 6-0 draw. Otsuki as well with
Definitely
one copy of the Dora. Nagata not going to let this go so easily.
Ooh, a nice draw for Takizawa as well. Still got a long way to go, but every bit helps. Oh, speaking of, the 3-pin fixes one of our weakest shapes. Still one away, but only one away now. Pin Fedora 1. Nothing wrong with that. Were you to get to Tenpai first? And even then, I still think I will reach a hand like that.
It has, of course, cut this 5-mon ahead of schedule, sacrificing a bit of efficiency, but Otsuki will get there first. The classic Riichi Pinfu Tora.
4-7 of Bamboo does it. Could do a bit of counting to see how many of those we see, or how many of those we don't see, more importantly.
Nagata, the open player, will dance. Porori, the dealer. Oh, it's the Sanchoku side. Tuso is Genbutsu, but he's going to chase here because he wants the 5-so.
Absolutely. So it's 4 tiles for Otsuki versus, I'll let you know.
2-mon no go.
I think it's 4 versus 5 in Porori's favor right now.
Yeah, it feels like we've seen a lot of the so tiles drawn, so I would imagine that the Weights are pretty equal.
Yeah, exactly. The battle between 4-7 and 2-5.
It's tense when they're both waiting in the same suit.
Oftentimes I say one big hand will win this, and especially if the Sanchoku side gets drawn in.
Oh, absolutely. It certainly feels that way. As the dealer as well.
Yeah.
One so. That's one of the few sotels that goes through. Two so.
There's a two. It's not the Sanchoku, but it's still going to be devastating for Otsuki to not win that hand. And we see the Ura flip as well.
That will do it. Riichi Piniftora Ura. Extra 300 as well. All the Riichi sticks go to Porori. Nothing Otsuki could do there. Of course, she got the first Tenpai. It was a strong Tenpai. Porori, just an equally fast hand, immediately chased. And his hand ended up being the winner here. 43,800. Strong position now, still within reach of Takizawa, but really moving himself out of range of the other two.
Exactly. I would say don't count Otsuki out just yet, of course, because she is last dealer, so she can keep winning. Still has a chance to continue the leadership, but it's going to be hard now. It's going to be tough. Looks like she's got a very good start for this hand as well. Getting a small win here, or at least a decent win, would definitely help make that dealership a lot easier.
The south pair for Nagata is going to be interesting here. Will he choose to open early on? His target is now changed. Takizawa at 34-4 is no longer first place, so making a small hand to overtake that margin would just be for second.
That's true. That's true. So we are going to skip the first south. We may skip the second one as well for that reason. But at the same time,
Takizawa not passing calls, though, opens up quickly. Did I also see Tenpai?
I'll have to check that one again.
It was
absolutely,
indeed.
It seems.
Just
so
a looks like Yakuhai only hand, no Dora in there.
Yeah, exactly. But two Honba, and it puts Takizawa in a decent position going into all last to try and get into first.
Mangan Sumo or Mangan Ron from any player will put Takizawa into first place. We are looking, though, of course, at Otsuki now in the last dealer. Wants to make something happen. Looks like strong central tiles in this hand. So definitely absolutely possible. A couple of, I think, 3 pairs in there, so a little bit awkward. Speaking of pairs.
I hate to make the joke, but also we talk about Sanchoku Doko. Otsuki with lots of 6s and Nagata with a lot of 7s.
All right, well.
Okay, we see a pair of 6-man here. Probably not going to happen. But it's kind of fun to joke about the chance of it.
One can always dream.
I do think this is going to be interesting for Nagata, though. The gap to second is definitely still achievable. Just have to make a halfway decent hand. And honestly, halfway decent hand from the right person would be first place for Nagata. It definitely is doable. Takizawa could be going for a little bit of extra value here with the potential 5-7 Sanshoku. There are ways to get into first place here. Have to see what the priorities are, whether you want to go for the value or you want to just try and make sure you confirm your second place for 2 points for your team. Either way, though, it looks like if you can deny City Plus the win, everyone's going to be catching up to the team in first place.
Interesting
choice. Want to reiterate sorry.
I was going to say interesting choice for Porori. The idea, of course, is to call the Haku and shut this game down, but to sacrifice one of your pairs to do it. Which one do you choose? Just goes ahead and throws the overlapping 1-2 shape back.
So yeah, I just want to call out, we can see the Dora is going to be the 4 of characters. So it has just been drawn. Don't know why it's not being displayed on the screen right now. But it is, in fact, the 4 of characters. We could see things. I was actually really excited about the potential Sanchoku Doko. Ah, there it goes.
Ask and you shall receive.
But Nagata does have the 5/7 of characters instead. Probably going to end up using that as a sequence instead of the triplet.
Oh no.
It would have been fun.
How did we end up with Chitoi Shantan?
Honestly, sometimes Chito just happens by accident, and you just have to smile. Although Takizawa is going to be trying to speed this hand along.
Okay, looks like
Really
he's
desperately trying.
yeah. Looks like he's confirming second here.
Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. We've got the West pair, we've got the Red Dragon. Gonna need at least one of them. This is Tenpai 4/7 pairs waiting on the East, though, for Otsuki. Two of them right here, sadly.
Oh my.
That's one of our sevens. I joked about it, but maybe.
What is the play?
Could
We
be
have
Tenpai.
0 tiles Genbutsu. 5 so's half Suji with the 2 so discard, and there's a little wall of 7s. But the East
comes
is gonna
out!
come out!
This is the power of Chitoitsu. Everybody.
9,600. Reach Ipatsu Chitoi no Ura. But Otsuki could not have dropped her hand any faster.
This is the power of Chito, though, right? You have to decide what your final weight's going to be. And if you can hide it well enough, you can bait out those Ipatsus. Even from pro players, the East sometimes comes out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was just the perfect storm there for Nagata. Not really a good cut. You have 2 copies of the East, so the odds, the statistics backing Otsuki with East pair is unlikely. If it's a Tonki weight, that'd be a really strange hand, wouldn't it? And yet...
Yeah, exactly.
And yet, when it does hit, it can hit very, very hard.
So the reversal has begun. I always like cheering for the underdog, so I'm going to say I'm biased towards Otsuki today, because I want to see her shoot ahead into first. This would be an amazing comeback. But also, one position has been gained. Can we make it 2? The hand is actually looking very, very solid here. We're still 1 away, but 1 away after 2 draws, it's not a big deal. Not bad at all.
Tanya Pihu, Sanchoku Dora, Ura, Tsumo, it could easily jump into even first place with his hand.
Absolutely. Speaking of Chitoi, Takizawa could also accidentally be stumbling upon that right here.
I see. 4 pairs.
With this 4-pair hand. Again, it doesn't have to be. Obviously, you can easily draw sequences, although a lot of sequences we can draw also give us pairs, so we can still hedge both Pinfu and the Sun and the Chitoi. It's a very fun situation when you have that potential pure sequence as well. Even if we draw the 7-pin, so we're still going to be very, very happy with this hand, either way it goes. It's too strange not to work. Me when I play Strat Summer.
Okay, wider shape here in the Manzu, although not really the way that she wants to get to Tenpai. Still, being Tenpai is so powerful, we saw that over and over again.
Yeah. Even if it's just by throwing down a reach stick, definitely worthwhile.
This one has a little more potential. You could cut the 6-0 right now and say that you are tipping 147 and 258 mon, so almost any mon tile will give you a strong Tenpai.
But will we see them? That's the real question. 8 is not the right suit. 8 mon would have been fine.
Oh, this is agonizing. Oh, Tenpai. I mean, Richidora 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna not choose that. Gonna cut the Dora here because he only needs 1,000 points. Only needs 400 points to overcome Otsuki. It's
also the mind game, right? Like if you had the choice to wait on using the Dora, right? You would choose. See, in the fight, the switch comes out exactly. It's the mind game, right? Who would choose to wait on the 2 when they could have the Dora, right?
In this case, Nagata did not see the path to second place, so all he needed was those points. And Porori maybe even calculated that he could drop that. I don't know. It was pretty close, but it will be Porori grabbing the first place +3.
Well salvaged to Nagata, though, getting back into third. Takizawa with the amazing second as well. Respect to Otsuki. The attempt was there, and I definitely appreciated the not giving up, right? That Taripatsu was almost the start of something exciting. But at the end of the day, it was all about that one Mangan in South 3.
Yeah, Porori, that big chase Riichi as the dealer with one Dora. Ended up hitting the Ura and grabbing the lead, grabbing the first, and confirming the first in the end.
But yeah, we've got 2 more games for you today. I will be swapping out, I believe, for the wonderful Jenn.
That's right. Shall we look at the scores?
Absolutely, yes.
As we transition over. Just as a reminder for folks, this is where we stood at the end of yesterday's games. Again, City Plus was in the lead there. And we watched Nagata
We know City Plus are going to score.
grab 1 point for the team, so...
How did everyone else do? Four Seasons also only grabbed 1 point. The gap remains 2 points, but Aoki, who were doing very, very well early on, still sneaking up really close.
Yeah, Aoki took a first, grabbed 3 points, and so now tied with Four Seasons. Team Orpheus did not collect any points, so they stay at 37. Little grabbed 2 though, and tie Orpheus at 37, though the tiebreakers do favor Orpheus currently.
Yeah, with the scores this close though, that tiebreaker could be decided with a single hand. So, exciting though, right? That tiebreaker, I wasn't expecting it to be that important, given how the scores you'd expect them spread out a little bit. But they've stayed very close, especially around the gaps between 4th and 5th, 8th and 9th. We did have a tie between 8th and 9th, and so I think the 7th, 8th and 9th all had the same score going into the first game today. Now spread out so only 2 of the teams are tied. But yes, that tiebreaker bonus could be very important. But yeah.
After that first Sunfado, even looking to the top 5 placements, or top 4 placements, so could be quite exciting as we go down the line.
Yeah, which is also, let's not say that like, even AI Native could still win the whole thing. Obviously, if we go to the round 1 and they win Table A, I'm not sure what the actual format is. Is it winners of Table A? It might be like a certain number of people from Table A get to the final and more people from Table B get to the final. That's usually how it works, right?
Now this is where we have Jenn to help us out.
So all the bottom teams make it to Table A, right? And then yes. I think all the next teams make it to Table B. And then there's going to be a Table C. So it'd probably be like 3 teams make it to Table C, and 1 team makes it to 3 teams. 3 teams from Table B make it to Table C, and 1 team from Table A makes it to Table C.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. So you really want
like
to be
that.
in B.
There you go, A.
If you have the
So
choice.
A and B probably happening at the same time, and then there's going to be a Table C, and one of those teams makes it to Table D. And then, actually, I think it's maybe 2 of each make it to Table C, and then 1 table from Table B makes it to the finals, something like that.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's 3 teams from Table D make it. It's
We're gonna have to get out like the charts and looking at a
there's-
whiteboard and some markers and stuff.
But it is
charts and graphs. There's a PowerPoint presentation, and
Honestly, last season was really interesting because I think we had like 3 different tables, and then 1 made it through from one table, 2 made it through from the other, and then 3 made it through from the third one.
Yeah.
It was very interesting, and I can't wait to see how the finals go.
I do appreciate
Yeah,
the intricate playoff systems that we see in these broadcasts. At least
so from Table A, first place and second place make it to Table C, and from that's Table A. Then from Table B, and then they have like all these different things about how, like, you have if the difference is 31 points or more, then they won't play another game, and so table C gets all complicated there. That's table 8. That's Eitaku. Where's B? From table B, first and second advance to table D, and first place at the table B advances to table D, and then second and third place advance to table C.
Okay, and that fills out table C.
Okay.
Yeah, but then table D already has 3 teams, so that's weird. Table C is going to have table C is going to have second and third from table B and first and second from table A. And then first place is going to advance to the finals from table C. And then table D is going to be second, third, and fourth plus first place from table B. Okay, so table C, like nobody advances from table C to table D.
So just one player straight to the finals, then 2 players from table D to the finals, and then of course the top team will also join them in the finals. That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
cool.
Table D has the biggest chance of moving. Those 3 teams have the biggest chance of moving to the finals. And then of the 8 teams, 1 team will move to the finals and 1 team will move to table D. So
You'll have some amazing graphics by the time we get to the final.
Oh no, don't make promises for me.
Okay. We will have some graphics.
we might have graphics.
We might have
I
graphics,
think
and
that's
we'll
a really amazing
definitely
part.
understand what's going on. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, as long as we understand it, we can hopefully explain it to you. That's
The
all
thing
good.
is, the thing that you want to look for is those lines between 8th and 9th place and 4th and 5th place. So that's all you can really do at that point. When we get to, we're gonna have, this is session 4. We're gonna have session 5 next week, and we will have a session 6, I believe, in June. And that's where you want to watch is if they can jump up 1 color from white to red or red to white. That's all you can do at that point. Yes.
Alrighty.
And I think they carry over the table points to these table A, B, C. That's why if you're more than 31 points behind, then they won't even have that playoff table. They'll have the table, but they won't have they'll stop in between. So it could be between 3 to 6 games. So when you get to the playoffs, it gets super complicated.
Well, we will look forward to that time when it does come. But thanks to Carl for hopping on for game 1. That was a lot of fun.
Absolutely, always fun. And enjoy the next 2 games.
We certainly will.
I did put that graphic in the Discord for you for later.
While we're speaking of graphics, it might be worthwhile mentioning once again that M League and World Riichi collaboration tour is happening very, very soon.
It is happening. We're having all these celebrities from Japan. Also not mentioned here is Shigekazu Moriyama. Sayaka and I in our podcast did a whole segment, not this past week, but the week before, I believe, on we mentioned each of these players. These are did you know that Megumi Aikawa, who also put out a notice about an English message to all the players? Have you seen that one yet?
I did see that got posted. I actually mentioned it before game 1.
Oh yeah.
I figured you'd mention it too.
To make that English video, and I'm just in love with that video. She is so excited. Got her passport for the first time to come to America, and you know that she's won the women's league in NPM so many times that they just said, "All right, you got to stop playing. You are the eternal women's league leader, winner. So stop playing. Let other people have a chance." And so she's just been awarded the Eternal Women's League Champion award. I've never heard of that any other tournament ever. And Sho Shiratori, of course, is the current whole E for JPML, rating won it twice in a row. Sayaka Okada, just major celebrity everywhere, not just M League. Kotaro Takizawa, current rating world champion. What?
I was gonna say, do you think YouTube would allow me to post those links to those videos?
They should. It's our own channel.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, at least some of them are on our own channel
Yeah,
already.
just
I think
so
they're going to
people get
add
a chance
more
to
going
take a
forward.
peek.
Yeah, yeah. You can, as a moderator, you can post, or not as moderator, as the owner. Oh yeah, they're on X as well. JPML has been posting them. World Reach has been posting them, and they are on our channel as shorts as well. So, Mari Takamiya, I think the most popular, like in the top 2 of most popular MFC players, for also should be Eternal probably, and they should take Mari and Sayaka out because they just will always eternally be the most popular. Yoshihiro Matsumoto also tons of titles to his name from NPM. And also we have like more announcements about like Matsumoto and Ichikawa that we can't announce yet, but that will be announced in May. That like more exciting things that are going to happen at this tournament that we'll be announcing in May. Like I'm just doing so much to get ready for this, so we haven't been able to announce everything, and some things we can't announce yet until there's some things finalized, but they're definitely happening, but I need to like get more prep done before we can announce. Also, some local celebrities in America confirmed to come that I think will be announced soon as well. So exciting. So exciting. First ever world champion Hiroshi Yamai.
This is fantastic. We'll have to look forward to those upcoming event announcements in May as well. And
yeah, I can't like I've been calling it like summer camp, like grown-up summer camp, because like it's gonna be just so many activities and like eating meals together and going like seeing things in Vegas together. And I haven't been to summer camp in a really long time, but that was like my favorite thing ever when I was growing up. And being around like all your mahjong friends for us, it's gonna be like almost a week. I don't know. I think it's I want mahjong summer camp. Can we like turn this into mahjong summer camp?
honestly,
We make mahjong campfire songs.
There is so much potential for mahjong music. But all right, we'll save that conversation maybe for later. We've got games to watch. We're up to the 5th game of session 4. Let's see who will be playing.
All right. And speaking of that poster that we just saw, another name on there, Ryoei Hirano from JPML will be representing Frontrunner. He'll be playing in the tournament, so you can watch right now and get some ideas of how to defeat him at your table. In the South Sea, Ren Yamaada, I am convinced, people think I'm joking, but I am absolutely not joking that he's named after Ren in Nana, because he was actually born after I came to Japan already, and at the time when Nana was super popular, the manga. Also one of the only mangas that I own. Representing Team Little, Gemma's favorite team, of course. In the West Sea, Kenjiro Fujishima. This guy misses nothing on the table. He can read everything. He can see your hand like you're holding a mirror up, I swear. Representing Kokubun Press Group. And Porori again in the North Sea. I don't know if anyone knows, but Porori, before he joined JPML a few years ago, was already a well-established and extremely famous Pachi slot writer. Like extreme levels of success that he will never see in mahjong because it just doesn't exist in mahjong. But you know, like buying houses in Tokyo level success of writer. Representing Team Sunfaro.
We did see him grab a first place in the last game, so perhaps he can go back to back. We'll have to find out in game number 5.
And I'll just say that Porori and I do not have the same image of what the mahjong pro scene should be, but one of my favorite people in JPML. And always clashing with him. He wants like I don't know. I want to write the scores and I want my kohai to clean the tiles. And he doesn't want that. and he wants the new people to write the scores. I don't know, writing scores is fine. I don't want to sit there after the games and clean the tables. Personally.
This is beyond my level of comprehension. Playing at a auto table already is something I get that to experience that frequently. But we are underway. Hirano will be our first dealer. I really enjoyed watching him play so far in this tournament. The hype has been strong because he is, of course, expected to be one of the celebrity guests at the collaboration event. So I've been very excited to see just how he plays. And there's been a consistent theme to his play so far from what I've seen. And that is get to a tenpai, lose every single tenpai fight over and over and over again until South 3 or South 4, win 1 or 2 monster hands, and then take first or second.
It is a strategy. I mean, if you're pushing that much, eventually you're going to win a reach.
That's a strategy I appreciate because that happens to me quite a lot too. The early fights don't seem to go my way, but the later ones, they feel like I have more success with those.
Another thing with Hirano, he was actually featured in the video when we first announced the World Reach Professional program. And his reason for becoming a pro was just so like insightful. And wow, I wish I were that cool. He said, you join a pro org because you want to be beat. You want to lose at Mahjong because until you join the pro org, you think that you are hot stuff. And then you play with all of these players that show you, yeah, you got a lot to learn. And that's why he wanted to join the pro org, so that he would be in that environment where you could learn all of that.
Yeah,
you can only do it by playing against really strong players.
Kind of gotten stuck in the current state of the hand, but looks very strong. Yamada as well, doing quite well. Fujishima, now with the penchant fail, that was his pair, but it has a couple weak shapes that could easily turn into a pair as well. So that Tuman will just go. Nishikawa, a nice 5-mon draw, gives some hope for extra value later down the road. We look to Santoku potential. A little bit awkward towards that line, though, because you do need to find a pair. But if you grab the 7-pin or the 8-pin as your pair, there's definitely potential. Speaking of pairs, one found for Hirano could end up with the 8-pin Kanchan weight, but that's kind of okay. Interesting decision, as the 5-pin gives us a 2-sided shape for pair acceptance, but we'll just throw that back. Values strengthening the weak shapes. Shanten for Yamada. Here's that 4-mon. So we've got this really super strong Ishanten, willing to sacrifice the east there in favor of holding the maximum acceptance. Could be a bit dangerous against a future reach, but it's just so wide, it's hard to pass up this amount of acceptance. All right, decision time. Preemptive 6-mon or maximal acceptance. We'll go with that. Also, maybe a little bit of thought towards the 8-pin because it does look like a decent tile, but we'll just keep the classically strong, perfect Ishanten.
What? Oh, wait. Oh, it wasn't Porori. I'm sorry. It's Jun Nishikawa representing Team Sunfaro.
Ah, yes.
The players.
We just saw Porori play in the last round, but Nishikawa. is
Yeah, I guess
sitting
when
at
I
the
put
table.
the team in there, then Porori was still on there and showed up. I swear I pushed Junoshika, but I probably hid the wrong player. My bad. My bad, everyone.
2-pin. We will see call into Tempai for 7-pin with Tanyao. Tempai found. Tempai taken. Chooses the 5-pin discard over the 8-pin deliberately. And now, will we see the fight, of course, from the dealer? Uh-oh, door drawn. That means to push to Tempai, you have to drop 8, so that looks a bit dangerous. Anipatsu as well. No fear. Jams it. And now, Tempai found for Fujishima. But will he take it? It's just a Kanchan weight on the 6, so 7-pin passes against the Riichi. Or no, it does not. Not against the Ishikawa Riichi. It does pass against the Hirano Riichi. And now it clears. But not against the open hand. The Tanyao Dora 1 will end the affairs of the East 1. 2 Riichi sticks collected. Yamada nabs the sticks.
I think everyone at this table was playing mahjong like for years already. By the time Yamada was born, it must be like exciting and intimidating to be on a table like this.
Rookie at the table. Maybe not rookie, but certainly feels that way given the years
He's a
of
rookie.
experience that you're facing. All right, we'll still grabs the first win and has the dealership East 2. Fujishima maybe Itsu, 2 away from Tempai. Nice 5-mon pull for Nishikawa. 8-pin back and 1 away from Tempai. Technically, although unless we draw the 3-mon, we could choose to search for something a little bit more valuable. Yeah, 4-pin out, holding that 4-tile sequence shape super strong when you're looking to make 2 shapes out of 1. We can think of that as 2 incompleted sequences instead of 1 completed sequence and a floating tile. Down up, very slow looking hand. It has 4 pairs, which is an awkward number of pairs when you are aiming for a traditional hand. Maybe it does turn into all pairs as a result.
Is a unfortunate result. I saw that comment earlier, by the way, dude.
It did work out momentarily for Otsuki. Ooh, 7 soul draw, exactly what you're looking for.
Keeps the 2. A lot of times you'll discard from the 2, the 2 first and then the 1, but there's a 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku chance in there. And I know that Nate did not miss that.
Would always appreciate a 2-3-4 Sanchoku. Oh, well. Slide it down.
That's how you do it.
Well
That's how it's
spotted.
done.
4 pairs. And a Dora. We consider that half a pair, so 4.5 pairs. Yeah, it's gonna start moving in the direction of all pairs.
I do not like it in a train. I do not like it on a plane or in the park or in the dark.
Oh, well, Yamada gets there first. loves this 8-so weight. Has trapped it pretty hard. 9-so, 6-so, 7-so cuts.
Yeah, I mean, it is... Okay, if you're gonna pick one tile to wait on, 8 so is a pretty good one. Uh, picked the wrong 3-sided weights. Nishikawa in retrospect. Shifted down in the Manzu instead of the Sozu, and that's always how it comes.
Yeah, this is interesting now. There's a chance of 4-5-6 Sanchoku, so Fujishima will play the Suji 3-so instead of the guaranteed safe 6. Awkward Ishanten for Hirano will break. Says, I cannot trust these pin tiles.
I don't see, I mean, Nishikawa will not discard the 8, but I don't see how anyone else really stops it. Hirano, I can't see stopping the 8, so.
I guess someone's got to draw it first. Here's the Tempai. We will see the slam with the Sanchoku opportunity. Nishikawa was considering the fight, but maybe not against 2 Riichis. Now Hirano...
Nishikawa, yeah, well, first he'll Mawashi. He Mawashis a lot and then ends up, like, temping with a much bigger hand later. But 2 reaches, I think he'll fold almost every time.
He's still finding a way to stay involved. If he draws the 8-so, has some looks back into things. Even here still. I don't know, just looking to get out though. There are still 2 copies of the 8-so on the wall, right?
Yep. That is deep. It's deep in there.
I just want to make sure this tile still existed. It's been so long. Meanwhile, 4-so, 7-so the weight here. Ideally the 4-so, of course, but there's another copy of the 7. Still Ishanten.
It's got a wow. Right? Nope. 2 ASOs sleeping in the dead wall.
That's
Wow.
unfortunate. Had a good read on the tile. It was maybe too good of a read. It's good in the wall, but just too deep.
It's not often that you have such a good trap like that. It wasn't a Suji trap, but it really did not look like he needed the 8 at all. And it did not look like it was, like, related to the hand still.
Oh, for sure. 1 4-bond, 1 4-so. The first 4 tiles drawn for Yamada. Not a particularly pleasant set of tiles, but it's looking a little bit more manageable now that we've drawn the rest of them. And 1-mon turns out to be the Dora. Slightly above average high pie for Fujishima and Nishikawa. Ooh, another so tile. We'll see the East call from Nishikawa, though. It is 2 away from Tempai.
Not even a hedge for any sort of Sanchoku for it. I think that Hirano is kind of eyeing that flush, even though he has a lot of middle tiles.
Yeah, it's kind of easy to cut away a 6 from a 3-4-4 or a 4 from a 6-6-7. Now, though, we're back in pairs territory. Chitoi Shanten. Chitoi, was that with Tanya as well? Oh, it is Tempai. And we're just going to see a Dama. Maybe look for something better than the 6-so.
6 does look kind of good since he has so many 5s and 7s.
We'll continue to wait. There is a loose 6-0 in the hand of Fujishima. Can still use it though at this point. So we'll drop a dragon instead. Could Sakikiri, and it would be too late for that. Ooh, how about twice cut pei tanki?
And perfect timing for Fujishima. See, I think Fujishima maybe. I feel like he knows he can see this. He waits until the 6-0 is discarded and then discards it as a Sakigiri. He's not like it didn't become less efficient in his hand with that draw. I guess with the tune pair up, but
now
there were other options still.
I am really intrigued to see at what point does Hirano call it Riichi? What tile is good enough for him?
Like with that 6, so I feel like if Fujishima was gonna discard the red dragon pair, then he would have kept efficiency of the 6, so I think he was waiting for that discard somehow, and that's the magician, that's the magic that is Fujishima.
Well, how about this Ippon to south? The safe options are breaking away the Silza. And he stops.
I promise you, this is how it is to play against Fujishima, and it is tough.
Ishikawa calls into Tenpai, by the way, with the Istiaku. Pair of Dora for the dealer, so tough to get away. Draws another south, and now he can fight again.
To the other 6.
But it will be Ishikawa shutting it down.
Just the east and one continuance. A bunch of reach sticks on the table, though.
All right, so Hirano's strategy continues, Stay out of trouble. Declare your Riichis when you've got them. Don't win your Riichis. Very important step. You don't want those wins to come too early. It has to come as a big comeback at the end.
I think for Hirano and Yamada, like early reaches are definitely need to be a huge strategy in their hands because they just don't have the experience yet to make the reads that Fujishima and Nishikawa can. And so you want to put all the decisions on them and not try and beat them in table reading. That's just what you have to do when and then you gain those skills as you play against these players. And we have Sanshoku.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, and possibly outside hand as well.
Progressing so quickly. Chimandora. So that helps the add some value to the 1-2-3 Sanshoku. 7-pin back. We've already made this decision. Secondary pair. If we consider the Green Dragon as a triplet. Soon to come. Still could act as the pair if we make 2 sequences in the Manzu, of course.
Nishikawa, actually, I think that is a Sanshoku hedge, to be honest. It's a little bit hard to see, but
Yeah, it does have the upper sequences set up in the other suits. 9-mon is just kind of by its lonesome, but draw a connector, you're looking good. Ooh, we do have Fujishima filling out the Sanshoku.
And that is Tempai, right? For
I believe so,
Fujishima?
the 6-9.
Yeah, he didn't reach. I think, which makes me think that he might skip a 6-0 if it comes out.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. But also, if you Riichi Sanshoku Dora, you can win the 6-0 and feel pretty good about yourself.
Just giving everyone else some time to catch up with their hands when they're oblivious to this Tempai. Probably, I don't, and Nishikawa has probably read the Tempai, which was why he started sort of matching the discards to Fujishima.
Ooh, another pair. Play the 6-pin now. Chitoi Shanten Otsumo. It's still going to be the monster value for Fujishima as the dealer. Tsumo Chanta Sanshoku Dora. 18,000 points. Hanemon.
It was skipping the reach there for the potential of such a big hand that he wanted to win and not end in a draw. And I think that he's looking at Nishikawa there a lot, but everyone else is going to definitely play safe against his reach. This is really like playing your opponents, and there's a good chance it's Sumo, but he wanted to lock in the win and not risk everybody folding, I think.
Regardless of how he tsumos, it will be a great value. Either 18,000 points or 12,000 points. And then even if he runs the cheap side, it's still 7,700. That's pretty good. Well then, how about double east? Maybe even a look towards Honitsu as well. The flush could come through. I've already seen a couple expensive, tricky hands. Yamada with the Chitoi trap weight did not win. Shishima with the dealer Damaten that did win for big value. And now, really connecting in the Monzo here. We're going to see the commitment. 8-so first. Still an opportunity to connect to the Dora. Also more natural sequencing. Oh, 7-so though. That's a bit of an awkward draw. So that gives away the game if you think that the 8-so signaled a 5-so pickup. Lucky Shantan for Nishikawa. 5-mon pull. He'll hold for the 3-sided shape and maximize his floating tiles. 4-pin and 3-6 as well.
Man, another monster brewing for Fujishima. Just needs to own that double east, and he's got a big flush there.
Give some thought. Adding the flexibility to the pin shape, but says 8-mon back. I really want my Sosu connector to be a strong one. No.
Sticky one away for Hirano now.
Ooh. Your choice. Could... Oh, let's just cut the penchon. Problematic is that 5-5-4 shape.
This is tempo. 3 to 3-4 pin weight.
Yamada not quite the hand to contend. However, we'll see the chi one step closer to the tempai.
It's a really interesting. He had a few choices that he could have used that chi with. He chose to, instead of the 4-5-6 shape, chose a 2-3-4, which leaves him with a side 3 weight in the hand. But also leaves him with a safe 1 if he needs it, I guess.
Still looking for one of these honor tiles to fill out. East would be ideal, of course.
It's
South.
really subtle, but I want people to notice the difference between Yamada folding here and Nishikawa's folding here. Because Yamada is going with, straight safe tiles. And the way that Nishikawa is like squeezing that south and keeping shapes as he's folding too. It's not an easy thing to do, and it takes a lot of practice to get there. And I really think to pull off this, how Nishikawa is doing it, you have to be thinking 3 or 4 draws ahead, even while folding, instead of just because he's thinking, if I discard this, I'm not tempai now, but then if I draw this and this, I can discard that, and it's to that 3D, 4D sort of level. And it's so much easier to just fold Genbutsu and kind of turn your brain off when you're ready to fold.
They get to the critical decision and said, I have not seen enough to fully commit it. So now I will fully escape. Three pin, 4-pin for Hirano, still unseen. I believe he has found his last draw. Oh, 4-pin
Oh, there it
try.
is. Yamada.
Nakasuji 4-pin does not beat the shape. Did not that become Ura-san?
Wow.
Hirano pulling a gift from underneath the Dora indicator. And just like that, we'll hop back into this match. Yamada pays out, and thus Hirano jumps into third place, only 300 points behind Nishikawa, who now owns the dealership.
Oh, it's Nakasuji, but also he had those 3s or blockers, and
There aren't
got
many
in a
shapes
tough
this deals
position.
into, right? And then
Yeah.
the one that does turn out to be. Pretty advanced stance here for Hirano in this hand. Also with one copy of the Dora, which makes things a little bit tricky. Tricky enough that he ends up cutting the penchon over anything else. So I can make something better out of these shapes. I can hold the Dora longer this way as well. Fujishima also with one copy of the Dora. Wow, this 5-pin draw.
There's a full straight. There's a 5, 6, 7. He chooses a full straight hedge.
Yeah, it's okay to drop away from Sanchoku chance once you acknowledge that it was there.
I think that's one of them you can go either way. It's a lot less likely you'll get the 2. The 2-pin, less likely you'll get that than something that will work with the 6, whether it's Sanchoku or not.
I do think there is an advantage to cutting the 6 so there though. As much as I hate to give up on future Sanchoku ideas.
I mean, it's not only the Sanchoku, right? There's some efficiency options as well with or some open-ended options in the efficiency there, but
We have quite a few
kind of an either
open-ended
way,
shapes,
I
yeah.
feel like.
I think I'm pretty satisfied with the ones that I have currently. Hirano also, or sorry, that is Yamada also angling towards the straight. Ooh, well, I kind of don't want to use this as my pair. So Hirano doesn't either.
And Yamada was also sort of hedging both 7, 8, 9 Sanchoku and the full straight and goes for the full straight.
Tempai, 3-sided. Each being 2-5-8 pin. And the threat has been placed on the board. Now, the Dora that were previously held for value reasons, now trapped in hand. Can Yamada fight here? Drawing a central pin tile, not what he wanted to see. Maybe you can trust a 9-pin, but 4-pin's a lot harder. He'll go south-south instead. Fujishima also had a Tempai, declined it because he did not want to drop the White Dragon for Riichi Kanchan. Oh, and there is the Tempai, or what would have been Tempai. Now Yamada needs to find a pair again. Hirano
And away
Ishanten.
from Hirano. Another
Ooh.
Sanchoku there.
With Sanchoku, could you fight the Haku against a dealer? Fujishima as well will respect this Riichi.
I think with Sanchoku you do push the White Dragon here.
This is your competition right now. The Riichi stick drops Nishikawa below you. But if you win this, of course, as the dealer, should be able to put up a bit of a gap, so there is some incentive to take the challenge. Back to Tempai now. 8-mon safe entry. Could be a Riichi, could be just the Dama trying to snipe. Not as if you will see a 5-pin come out so easily from the other players, though. So maybe just looking for improvement before slamming a Riichi.
Yeah, improvement is hard because he has discarded the 4-pin and the 8-pin. So I think the not reaching here is more of a I might have to fold. All
Here.
right, well, we don't have to push any Doras against any dealers anymore.
It's the ideal path forward. Safe path with the 8s. Slightly more awkward now that a pin tile has been drawn, but with Dora 2 and Sanchoku, definitely feels like a challenge.
It does, and ironically, that's the one that's going to deal in if Hirano gets to Tempai.
Well, fortunately, he hasn't.
He was worried about that Haku, and it's gonna turn out to be the 2-5 pin that deals in.
Six pin still safe. I mean, we're starting to run out of live Suji, so the 2-5 is getting much worse as every discard comes through.
Suji count strategy also available in Riichi Mahjong, The Only Way to Play. Book written by Jenbar.
Yeah, well, they're not willing to take the PD10 wider shape. Uh-oh, Dora 3.
But no draws left, right?
Yeah, we're out of time.
So not really realistic to get to Tenpai here. But now he knows that probably dealer's not waiting for the white dragon.
A little late for that, but you know what? Every little bit helps. It will be Ishikawa and Yamada Tenpai. They each will pick up 1,500 points paid out by the other two. Second place still in contention of Fujishima after the dealer Hanuman, though, still well clear of the field. Team Kokubun Press group might just be picking up 3 points. We'll see. Still relatively early. Only East 4. 1 Mandora.
Hey, dude, I can rap. Little known fact about Jenbar.
Jen dropping
Can't
the
sing, but I can
Mahjong
rap.
album. Rap album coming soon.
I'm ready. I just need to be signed.
Seven pins, great fill. Still in the East round, so Yakuhai available. And Riichi stick to collect, as well as Honba counter. Carl knows what's up.
We're just freestyling. My favorite rap is let's go, Namatama go. Which means raw egg in Japanese.
Ooh, 1 Mandora pair for dealer. Things could get spicy if we get to a Riichi. Hirano also advancing.
Also welcome cruise ship Carl. Love to see you in the chat as well.
4 pairs for Ishikawa. Potential for all pairs. We'll see how the draws advance. Ipeiko chance now Ishantan. South pair. This is a very pair heavy hand, isn't it? Hirano also Chito Ishantan. He is in the south seat. Actually, kind of a difficult decision here. We'll cut the shape that is a mere Dianmen. That's all it offers to the hand, and keep all the shapes that have pairs. Understandable decision. Fujishima, a preemptive discard of the 5 pin, rather 3 pin. Not forcing Ipeiko into the hand. Well, here's that decision. Pairs found. Ishikawa, look for the 8-so.
Senpai.
Also not satisfied.
I think how many East is one East out or
Ooh,
two?
the late Suji trap, 8-mon. And Hirano can see almost all of the 9-mon. In fact, so Genbutsu. Fujishima can still fight. No 6-pin palm. Hirano saddled with that Dora. Ah, the 4-pin.
Backfire after that 3-pin early discard.
The 4-pin does look pretty bad. Is there a way back in, or are we just done? Backdoor Chitoi? We'll play the Suji too, so Suji not safe though.
Not safe, but it was the 5 was pushed by Yamada, and so it's Suji to 2 players that you're worried about at that point.
Yamada reliant on the east from other players. Gave it a look, but says I can push no more. Cut away from one of the pairs. I pin will see a slide. Still no Riichi. Well, this is technically Tempai, and you have 3 copies of the 5-pin. Still feels a little bit tough. See, 3 5s, 3 3s, 3 4s. Although the count of the tile that you are discarding is less relevant. Actually, that's all the copies of the 3-pin are visible. We'll dance further. If the 3-pin are all seen, then the 2-pin probably goes through. If the 2-pin goes through, then I can Mawashi my way into a Tempai. Yamada continues sliding. He does not have the full breadth of info, but will play the 7-pin out. And now Tempai, although just a Shampon wait. Hirano Ishantan. If he can jam the 8-mon. It is not a tile he can jam, and Yamada with the same choice will declare the Riichi this time, but it deals in 2.2. This is Riichi, Chitoi, Doratu, Uratu. Another monster dealer hand with the Riichi sticks back. Nishikawa 18,000 plus 2,300. Yamada tried a few risky tiles, and the safer looking one did not end up going through. Although I wonder if he did suspect that it had some danger to it, given that that was the one he chose to reach you with. As if to say, this might not go through anyway, so at least understand I'm pushing it because I'm Tempai. We have a one Sodora Nishikawa holding 1 copy. And these dealer pairs hands have been quite valuable. But they haven't really started that way. It wasn't as if they were forced. Nishikawa kind of just found his way backdoor into the pairs.
Man, I woke up to allergies or something. I have to keep muting to to cough. Maybe Garth got me sick.
It is still pollen heavy in my part of the world, so
Yeah, I think we shifted from cedar to cypress in Japan now, so maybe I'm lucky enough to be affected by both.
if lucky is the right word for that, surely. Mon. All right, maybe we move in the direction of Tanyao. So another pair, a little bit awkward to be holding this many, and so Hirano will cut away from the 9-pin. East pairs up for Yamada. Now, at this stage of the game, he's probably looking for a little bit more than East only.
Yeah, he's been sort of crushed so far. He needs some big points to come back. But also doesn't want to allow Nishikawa to continue as dealer and rack up more points.
Interesting choice. Once again, with multiple copies of the pairs. On the right side of the hand, the 2-2-4s, a tile supporting a pair, same with the 1-1-3, but the 5-so, 5-5-6-7 is a strong central tile to make another sequence out of, so we'll see the 1-1 leave the 1-1-3 shape. Maybe that entire shape actually leaves the hand altogether.
What a fill-in.
Or
For Fujishima.
Nishikawa
Ooh,
just fills
what a
the
fill-in
2-1.
for Nishikawa.
The Sanchoku look is still there. We'll hold 2 central floating tiles, 5-so, 6-1.
Carl had allergies so bad growing up that I literally never get them anymore. Oh my god. I guess because I never had any growing up. That's senpai. So now they just all hit me super hard and I'm not used to them, so.
Fujishima will get the
Fujishima.
snipe. We've seen a lot of Dama.
And I think that's, he mentioned about playing your opponents, and I think that he knows that Nishikawa will probably read his tempais, but the other two players are not going to be able to read non-reach tempais as easily. And there's certain hands where you get the hand and you'll be in study sessions and these pros will say, you really want to win this hand, which feels silly because it's Mahjong, you want to win all the hands. But there's certain hands where you want to lock in a win and not take a chance on with reach, because reach is going to tell everyone that you're tempai. And there's certain hands that you know are going to be easy to win and move the dealership away from Nishikawa, who I believe Fujishima will probably see as his biggest opponent in this game.
Certainly indicated by the score after that dealer Hanuman. Now the key there will be evaluating that as one of the hands that you value the win rate more than the extra value that Riichi can provide.
Well put.
Does Yamada have time to make a comeback? Yes, technically. I mean, there's a dealership left, so you can always make a comeback. Let's see if it happens.
Also, these games are not timed. The Sankei Shimbun Cup that we also cover, usually they have 80-minute games, 80-minute limits on the games, but Saikyosen Team Battle has no time limits, which is kind of crazy, but these players all play super duper fast, as you can see.
I wonder what the longest game we've had in the Saikyosen Team Battle. Probably like an hour and a half, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think we've had any much longer than 90 minutes.
Which is right about when
That's,
the time limit for the Sankei Shimbun Cup would be anyway.
yeah, with the extra hand time +1.
Right. Oop, another pair. And a 3-pin to boot. Speaking of pairs, Fujishima with multiple, but could call them potentially.
I think we're covering the E3 league. So Shingo Hori recently joined JPML and M Leaguer, and he's decided to, instead of taking the automatic jump up in Pro League he probably could have got a B level jump up. He's decided to start in E3 and move his way all the way up the ladder. So we're covering those games and on the JPML English channel. And I think we had a 2-hour game last week, which is brutal. That's a long league session. I want to have 3 games done in 2 hours.
The Kanchan goes. Hirano, faced with another interesting choice here. As the dealer, you would love Itsu, but you also would like to just be dealer more. So it takes the Tanyao angle here. At least leaves that as a possibility. And another pair, this time it's a Dora pair, has to make the tough decision about whether to move towards Tanyao, towards Pinfu, towards pairs. And it looks like keeping the pairs option alive, maybe that's the largest potential value outside of both Tanyao and Pinfu. You really never do know. Is that a 3-pin? Again, a 7-pin, okay. He was at the WRC event in Japan.
The Shingo Hori, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that maybe his move to JPML hadn't been announced yet when we announced or it was like just around the time that we were deciding the players to come to Vegas. And I think that sort of, that announcement sort of got in the way of him coming this time around. But if this event is successful, then we will have more M League tours, aka Jenn's summer camp in the future.
Ooh, there's the 6-mon. There's the Tempai. Riichi taken, although the weight is a bit depleted, to say the least. 3 copies of the 6-pin down, 2 copies of the 9-pin discarded, and 1 in hand. So from Hirano's perspective, only 2 tiles live for this weight.
Third call for 1 away, still 1 away for Fujishima.
Audrey with the tune call and Adora.
That is astute to notice, dude, that only the E-Leaguers are invited to Comic-Con.
Hmm. 5-so. It is in the middle, so 2-so first. 5-so can follow. Oh, this is Tempai. Afforded a chance to consider the possibilities here. 7-pin, 3-so. 7-pin, 3-so. Will Riichi dropping
I can tell
the
he's not
3-so.
from North America.
And that's enough for Fujishima. He is done.
I mean, I think the only reason he made those calls is because he had the North to fall back on, because that is a tand that can get you in big trouble. So it would have been from North America. If he had watched any of our streams, he would have known that Sanzo is the weight there.
Fujishima making this call too.
I feel like that must be a last tile shift. I can't tell who would have the last tile right now because he called too many times. 1, 2, back to him. So it would be Yamada would have the last tile, and with that chi, now Fujishima has the last tile. But I'm not sure if it's a shift
I
or
think
not.
he feels like he can get the Tempai. And he's pretty safe here because he has Haku Haku.
It's a double south draw.
No, 5.
It's Tempai. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Did not want
you
to play the
can get to
5.
Tempai, but yeah, there's so few tiles that would give him a Tempai he would take.
Yeah, but it's like a free roll. He basically can't lose making this
Yeah.
play. And he gets
He also
there.
gets the Haite. Also, because he had the Haite draw, he got there. I'm gonna make myself right somehow or another.
Yeah, that's actually a significant last second Tempai for Fujishima, who gains basically 4,000 points on Nishikawa. Now the gap over 8,000 points between the two of them. It definitely looks weird to call down that far against two Riichis. But as you said, Fujishima had North pair that was very safe and the White Dragon pair that's very safe. So basically could always choose to fold as long as he didn't call those tiles, and maybe even would call those tiles depending on how late it got, as long as he had backup elsewhere. Seems as if he always knows. By the way, Chun pair for Nishikawa, that is the Dora.
Dude, if you ever play against Fujishima, he knows everything. That's all you have to know. He knows exactly what's in your hand.
Well, he did discard the Red Dragon. We now have Dorapon with beautiful Ishanten. Yaman Ishanten for Nishikawa. Ready-made Mangan. Shishima, though, a very fun-looking hand to compete against this. Yamada also discarding all but one suit. Ooh, Tempai found. It is in that danger suit, the Manzu, 3/6 Mon. So this puts Hirano actually in a tough spot. Oh, we're going to see the 5 out. 3 Mon, 4 Mon the weight. The 2 comes out. That means the 4 could follow. Ishikawa in a really sneaky spot. You're not expecting the Tempai to come this soon, this quickly.
I feel like every time I played against Nishikawa, that has been the case. He's always Tempai in a spot where I did not expect him to be Tempai in. And it's early. It could be early like this. Or it could be like really late where it really looks like he's folding and he will take that win.
Yeah, had no tiles come out except for honors and Manzu, and yet it waits in the Manzu.
Wow. Directly from Fujishima.
And so dealership passes away from Hirano to Yamada. We talked about the comeback potential is going to have to happen here. not bad look at the first glance, and the 3-pin pair as well. So plenty of central tiles if the play is to repeat the dealership. No Dora, so the value proposition is somewhat weak. We have the early call from Nishikawa. Aims to shut this down with 2 Yakuhai. White Dragon also paired up in hand. The hand of Hirano also looks pretty weak right now. And it's going to be a big challenge for him with a limited number of wins available to him to climb up to.
Like the hand of Hirano. I like that. Bishop Cross, it's even scarier because he can learn your play style on top of knowing what's in your hand. I feel like, yeah, Fujishima can do that. And I may be giving him extra superpowers that he doesn't actually have, but I don't think it matters because it totally feels like he has those superpowers when he's there. So, hey, chat, would you be a dear and like the stream, supporting for free and all that? Thank you, dude. Give Jenn her morning dose of dopamine to get me through the day.
We did see Dora get paired up for Fujishima. As well as 3 other pairs. And kind of poor shapes in terms of making sets and sequences. So it does lead me to believe we are moving in the direction of all pairs. Yamada, though, another pair, but it has Tanya look. Maybe it's a flush even. Important fill for Nishikawa. Oh, Dora comes out. Will we see the pawn? Indeed, it does come through. The south first. 3 times cut, so not that useful. Tau leaves Toy Toy as an option. Haku back from Nishikawa, though. Could take the tempai on the 6-pin. Thinks about it, though. He has some looks. Yeah, will 7-pin. Doesn't like sitting on that tile as the weight. And could even move into Manzu Honitsu as well. It's so easy to just take a tempai there. Hold that thought. Chitoi Ishanten for Yamada. Pawn Hatsu could be the Toy Toy. 9 Mon, that might be better than the 5 so here goes bout. So it does look like we are angling towards that flush. Diamond found for Hirano. Sanchoku chance will play the 4 so keep some flexibility in the shapes. Keep that 3 so draw alive. Yamada really has to think about cutting pin tiles at this point. Plays the 4 Mon instead. Different Ishanten now accepts the 2 Mon. And another pair for Hirano. How to resolve these shapes. I'll just continue to discard away from the Sozu. Yamada a little bit stuck here on that 7-pin. Don't want to support what appears to be a flush. And we see Fujishima showing a bit of concern to this 3 so.
That's Tim. Right. No?
Not too many Yaman
One
shapes.
away.
We'll have to
Yeah,
cut
it's
something.
too many blocks, yeah.
We'll choose the Monzo.
Yeah, I like the 3-4-7 possibility, but if you have to discard the Tuso.
Uh-oh, Tsumon, not a tile that Fujishima wants to push. And now Nishikawa has to consider this 4-pin, which normally looks kind of okay. You can see 3 copies of the 2-pin, 3 copies of the 5-pin. But if there's like Toy Shinichi, Dora 3, then definitely not a tile you want to see come out. Doesn't buy it though. And it does go through. Hirano will make the call for Tenpai.
Tenpai.
Yamada has nothing to lose fighting here, but also wants to make sure he wins. At least gives himself a chance to beat Tenpai. One so.
1, 2. Oh, when Fujishima will deal in again. He's getting in not a big hand, but he's getting in a little bit of trouble here with all the calls he's making.
Yeah, still a really large gap to Hirano, as you said. Probably looking more to his right than to across the table.
Well, I'm absolutely sure they said, well, if this does deal into Hirano, it's only 1,000 points.
Yeah, that's probably a better
It's not
outcome
gonna be a
than
big deal.
Nishikawa winning Yakuhai Honitsu.
Absolutely. And the dealer has moved to Fujishima. The overlay is a little bit late.
Looked like a really nice starting hand for Nishikawa. Oh, one Mon triplet, 4-pin triplet for Hirano, and a pair. Oh, straight into Ishanten. By the way, 4-pin? That's the Dora.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say he doesn't even need to look for Uda this time because the Dora are all right there.
Wouldn't say no to it, of course. Oh, here's the Tenpai. No Sanako here, but that's okay. Direct hit Hanemon on Fujishima will be enough for overtake. It's early Riichi in a spot where Fujishima has a lot of incentive to push this hand.
I think Hanemon Sumo is enough as well.
Yeah, certainly.
With Fujishima as dealer.
Plays Genbutsu first. No Ippatsu dealing. That definitely increases the Mongun potential. We'll see how he chooses to play the next discard.
I mean, there's just no way to tell what Hirano is waiting for. His money, as much as you can basically see what everyone has, a third turn discard is a superpower that I haven't seen yet.
That was Tenpai.
Reading a super.
Tenpai declined. Going to continue searching. Oh, would have been
And
Ippatsu
that's
rolled.
because Fujishima also has not watched our North American streams.
So
very
far,
clear. It's very clear.
we've seen that Sanzo truly is the teleweight, no matter how bad the weight. And the two still
And
will
there it
come out.
goes. Neat. Dora 3.
So, as
And
predicted,
massive.
once again, Hirano waits and waits and waits until the South round, South 3, South 4, gets the big win, jumps into second place. We'll see if he can hang on here in South 4. That really stings, though, if you're the dealer and you could have won Riichi Ipatsu. That sounds like
Yeah, that 3 so.
And instead,
I
you
kind
end
of
up
want to
dealing in.
tell him. I kind of want to text him and tell him about the powers of Sanso, but it might sting right now. Maybe now is not a good time. I can't imagine that he's over this already.
North. Wow. 4 copies of the North. They will all be revealed. And Hirano here to game. Well, could go for it all. I mean, the door suit is the Sozu. But he's got a large collection of pin tiles. Yamada.
Oh yeah, Yamada might be going for this Monzu flush.
Yeah, with this scoreline, needs a desperate move here. Nothing.
The thing is, little with the score that Little has, there's a good chance that a tiebreaker will be important for them. So getting any points is still going to be important. And if we get towards the end of the hand, and Nishikawa is not going to push for Tenpai.
Yeah, certainly want to lock in 3 points for the team. Oh no.
It's like my table's big leader 2 fighting for second with a shot at first. Me and Clear less.
I'll tune out. No pull.
Maybe he wanted to lock in some Pinzu before he gets the pawn and he'll take the second red dragon. ID is a set play. The very serious team league play.
We'll see Fujishima call the 5-mon moving in the direction of Tanyao.
He just needs anything to get back ahead of Hirano. He's been calling so much in the south round here.
I wonder if Hirano was really looking for that Haneman Sumo for first place. Well, this is tough because Shun or A-pin is kind of an option.
Looks like maybe he's trying to make sort of a 3-pin wall. Tenpai for Fujishima. 5-8, so 5 is the Shindora, the new Dora.
Of course, the extra value here not particularly relevant in terms of the main points, the placement points. But Yamada in danger of dropping that Dora.
It's Tenpai. Set play next weekend. Set play
Nishikawa.
next weekend in San Francisco.
Oh, there it goes.
Fujishima saves second place. Not look very happy about losing that first place lead that he had. His team definitely needs that first place more than any of the other teams, but Nishikawa will take it for Sunfaro. 36 catches up almost to Little there. Fujishima will have to take the 2 points for second place. And Hirano in third place with 1 point. Remember, Hirano's going to be in Vegas. Vermont is not San Francisco. Okay. And fourth place is Yamada. No points. For the first place player in our first place team on this table. But came in last against, I mean, I can't reiterate, you know, I played in like WRC League and WRC R League with Fujishima and Nishikawa, and it's zero surprise, the results at this table. I can't explain how intimidating it can be when they're on the table.
Yeah, in this case, got by 2 Suji traps.
And still ended up ahead of Hirano. Like, I mean, even Fujishima even dealing in to Hirano twice, right, Mangan? And still ended up ahead of him. That's the level you're playing against. It's so crazy.
Well,
do we have the team standings?
We do. As a reminder, of course, once again, this is where we stood after the last game. And here we are after the recent game. City Plus, no ground made at the top. Actually, these scores...
Naoki and Orfu both gaining on City Plus there. But Sumfaro with the first place moved way up into almost the safe zone in that red zone there that you see for table B. Frontrunner only was able to gain 1 point, sitting right there on the border. Kokoboom Press, Fujishima's team, was way at the bottom, gained 2 points to at least stay above AI Native, because those two teams have been sort of switching places between 11th and 12th there all season so far.
Still one more game in session 4, and I want to be as close to 30 points as you can by the end of the session.
Fujishima is intimidating. He's so cool. Yeah, it also goes by, I think, Snape. He dresses up as Snape for Halloween. I think Tamash had some posts about him when he was playing in Japan.
All right. Well, that is 2 games in the books.
And maybe put up the poster one more time as we bring in our the commentators we're going to switch out with. I think they might have some comments about what Jenn is calling Mahjong Summer Camp. Welcome, Corak and Amy. What have you to say about the M League World Reach 2026 US Tour?
A lot of pros. It's a big event. Not something you're going to get to experience outside of Japan that often. Even in Japan, hard to get this type of activity open to the public. So with that, it's a get in there if you can. I think based on this conversation with my boss, I will now be probably to attend the Vegas one.
Ooh,
but everything is not finalized yet.
You know, we still have 2 months. So the reason why we're pushing this so hard right now is because the early bird pricing ends at the end of the month. But if you need to, you know, budget for another month or two, there's still lots of time to sign up even after that. So plans don't have to be finalized. It feels like we're talking about it so much. It feels like, oh, you gotta hurry up and sign up. You do if you want to get the cheaper price, but the sales will still be open up until, I think, right before the event. I'm not sure. Maybe the day of. I have no idea when sales close. Does anyone have an idea? If there's seats,
event.
it
Why
seems
would
like
we
you'll be
know?
able to get in. Yeah. Okay. It seems like if there's seats, you can probably get in. I'm hoping there'll be some last-minute signups from the World Series of Poker, because poker players are just used to buying in like 10 minutes before they play.
Just already in Vegas.
Well, it's also a thing where you don't know if your stack's going to dwindle and you're going to have the spare cash in the case of the poker community, but that's a different issue here. This is going to be pulling people from certainly all over the country and hopefully from a couple others as well.
Yeah, there's people that have bought tickets from Japan and are flying over because, like you said, even within Japan, this is not a typical event that you can play in. Even when you have fan meetings, you'll have like one team and you can take a picture with them. You don't get to play mahjong with them or other games. They have a lot of prizes and you can take pictures, but that's about it. And this is, you got the pictures, you got the autographs, you got the swag bags, you got the tournament, you got the reception with drinks. We got the filming and streaming, and it's going to be a huge, huge deal.
Plus, of course, it's the obligatory, hey, we need to go to Vegas.
Yep. Grown-up summer camp. The problem with Vegas is a mandatory $3,000 you have to spend on craps into blackjack. Well, hopefully we'll keep you way too busy to do that. But
Don't worry, if you're not busy, we can make you busy. Whether that is the desire is a different question.
That's true. There will be lots of things to do. We can put you to work even, I think. All right. So introducing our commentators, that was Corak you were listening to, of course. Everybody knows that. Always closing out our streams. And also, for the second time on the WRC channel, Amy, welcome. I think she's here. She's muted. There she is.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Now we can hear you. It turns out being
Hello.
unmuted makes it easier to hear.
Game 3 set to start soon. I think we are ready, just about, to hop over to the players. Shall I leave it to the two of you?
Sure thing. I'll go ahead and lead us in.
All
Of
right.
course, we're at game 3 here, starting to run up towards the end of the season. This should be game 24 of 30 in the regular season. And once the names are put up, we are good to go. In the east seat, Tomomi Okubo. In the south seat, Kansuke Sugiura. In the west seat, Yuichi Fukushima. And in the north seat, Kenjiro Fujishima. So I do notice that these are some of those teams that are kind of in that mid-range where they're not just super way ahead, don't want to fall down to the bottom 4, face that first round, at the same time would love to climb up and be able to skip it a game or two, because the structure of the playoffs is getting better placements means you get effectively more buys. So if you don't get eliminated earlier, it makes it easier to advance. With that, let's go ahead and jump in. All right, well, you can see a little tense at the table here. Some of these are very relaxed, some are very stressed, some very formal. It seems like just tense. You can cut the air with a knife. A lot of worry here. We are getting towards the end of the regular season, so you want to put your team in a good position.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting even when you are playing like for yourself in cumulative play in tournaments sometimes when you are in that mid tier, you're just kind of really hoping that your last games go well so that you can put yourself up higher for any particular reason. So I bet that's the same for them here.
Yeah, especially the Kokobone here. The other three near the top. We see an east pair. North is the Dora, one by the north seat. Could potentially pair it up, call if that comes around. As the Akuhai, Pinfu hand, fairly slow though. North pair up.
Ooh, north
That is
pair up.
not the north seat. That's the west seat. We'll go ahead and hold the west here, hoping to pair that up and go. 4 creates a ground con 3, 3, 4, 6, 8. 4 paying attention with the 6s. 3 creates a Kanchan, has a bunch of arms geared up, and instead goes with the 8. 3, so that's a nice little fill. Maybe just go Riichi Dora too. South goes back. Chu, not really good as a floater, but thinks it's better than the 9 for a 4-6-6-9. 7-mon goes bad, big of a backfire there. Tuso going to be held. There are some shifts in that hand, but I think that's more a hedge of a Ipeco type hand. 5. This is a very flexible shape. The most vicious is obviously door, but you really don't want to cut that. 9. That's another pair here. 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 pairs up. Going to go ahead and cut the tune. 9 Anko. This is now Ishan 10. 6, 7. There is a Sanshiguru shift in here, but still most likely to call the East. 3, 4, 5,
I wonder
6.
how long our dealer is going to hold on to that north. Because end of first row, you're kind of thinking, like, my hand is going places, maybe. It's maybe not worth holding on to for too long.
Well, in these pro matches, we tend to see it come out much later than in amateur matches, that it'll often pop out right around turn 8, as opposed to turn 5 or 6, which we might see more online. But obviously, the ideal is paired up, and you have to consider that if it's not paired up in your hand and you don't see them, either A, it's bricking everyone else's hand, or B, someone does have a pair and you're just holding it on them.
It does come out here, though, as our dealer draws some good shapes, decides, hey, it's time to start moving. I don't really want to hold on to it for too much
What
longer.
I say, turn 8, that's about when they've been cutting it. Hatsu goes back. 9 creates a Kanshan here. This is Ishan 10, but no value. Shot. Oh, well, that would have helped several turns ago, but at this point it's useless. The 8 pin goes back. 1 doesn't help. That is Ishan 10. So we're at the type of position in the hand where you figure everyone's either Ishan 10 or just folding. And as it is, we have, I believe, every hand is Ishan 10. And that is
And that is
Tempai. It would be Riichi
Tempai.
Nomi. We'll take it, waiting on the 7-so.
I think as dealer, it's
It's
totally
definitely standard
fine to just
Riichi.
take it. Yeah.
It's more you're just out of time, where
Mhm.
I'd love to fish for some upgrades, say it's turn 5, turn 6. I don't think I'd necessarily take that as a dealer Riichi, but oh, that may be a chase. 5-so is Tempai, but folds out, at least doing a
Chooses not
Mawashi.
to.
Chun goes back, still Ishunten there as well. Or so the East come out last turn. Just going to play it out. 2-mon doesn't help. Oh no! It would have been
No.
Ipatimo! And you can see the long pause, the deep breath, the well, oh well.
Guess that 5-so is just a little too spicy for him to want to drop it into the dealer Riichi.
Well, to be fair, it's a really bad tile. Speaking of, this is one where the question is, what are my choices? I think I like 4-pin here. It does kind of brick your hand. Nope, shoves the 3.
I would probably consider the 3-mon. I believe it is 1 chance with 2 4s out on the table and 1 4 in his hand. And so the 3-mon, while not particularly safe necessarily, does kind of feel like it would have a lower chance of dealing in. The North gets cut here, decides maybe it's too bad
4,
to
5,
chop
6. This is
anything else
Tempai.
off.
We're going to see a Dama, Pinfu, Tanyao, 4-7-mon. This is also a Dama, currently waiting 5-so with no other Yaku. Could take the Nobeton here, but as mentioned, that 5-so is a very scary tile. The problem is the 2-pin and 5-pin aren't great either.
No, especially with that 4-pin Riichi, it kind of feels
And
like
says,
it might
nope,
be.
going to respect the dealer Riichi. 2-mon,
It
that
looks
is
like
3-sided. If you throw the 5 out,
I think 2 is the safer one, and it is also safe to the dealer.
stays Dama. Oh, well, that 1 would have helped, but
Funny
wouldn't finish the
Omawashi
hand
again,
anyway.
that could result in Tempai again.
5-mon
Ooh.
could be in Totsu. You could even cut the 3-mon here for really ugly Tempai.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
like you
technically
probably cut it.
Shampoo 5 mon, 8 mon, but it was the safe entry.
Yeah, really respecting the dealer Riichi here.
Well, they're definitely respecting the dealer Riichi quite a bit. And of course, it's going to feel bad when they see what it actually was.
At some
This
point, you
should be
just
the
kind of have
last
to
straw.
acknowledge this. Yeah, you just
There
kind
it
of have to
is.
acknowledge at some point, though, that dealing into dealer anything large this early in the game would put you not in the worst position, obviously, because it is just East 1, but you may not necessarily want to do that since they are, again, middle of the pack. In some games, you know, you never recover. You just do your best and things don't work out for you. So I think, especially that late game, maybe they were just, maybe it wasn't worth it.
Well, we do see 2 players Tempai at the end. Okubo gets a repeat here with that dealer Riichi, designed to shut down hands and at least chases 2 players off. But I take a look at this hand, Pinfu hand. Pinfu, ooh, I like this one a lot. That's super wide Ishan. It looked like Kutsuki with an extra tune.
Yeah, an incredible 3-pin fill right there to that 2, 4, 5 something shape, but
3 so creates a Kanchon with a 1-3. 5, that has to be Tempai, and it
and
is.
that is
Riichi Pinfu
Tenpai
Tanya
for
Dora
Riichi.
2. That is a
Incredibly,
monster hand this early. 3 so 6 so.
really gonna put a damper on everybody else.
Well, you look at that pod. What is the information? Okay, it's not south and it's not chewed. What am I doing now? You see the long pause of the what do I even think about?
Always toughest on the player right after the early Riichi. You know, they have no defense anyways if they don't have those tiles. And so they're always just kind of stuck there like, well, I guess I just have to do my best.
Instead, just says I have a terminal pair. We're just gonna cut that first and see what happens.
Yeah, just gonna chop that right off again. Bought himself 2 turns of
Oop,
safety. That
Dora
is the
draw.
Dora.
So that at least gives an incentive to fight this later potentially. This should be west-west, and it is, because that gives the 6 pin
Mm-hmm.
as the pair. 2 so close, but not it.
Uso's
8
gonna come right
pin.
out.
Interesting. Could end up just being a cheat toy later if this
Ooh,
gets pushed. West does hit the wall, but doesn't knock anything over, so no issue. Seven pin. And you're just not getting any information on this pod. You're hoping for something like at least a 3 bond. Of course, that'd be Dora. Then you're really happy, but even a 5 so, a 6 pin, any information would be nice.
uh,
But just going to Sumo, read Sumo, Pinfu, Tanyao, Dora 2, Ura. That I believe is Hanemon.
it looks like it with the way that the points are being
It is
exchanged. So
Fukushima going to pick up 12,000, and of course, leftover Riichi stick way out in front. Sugiura will be dealer in East 2, but has a lot of work to do.
the 360 there looked very good as well. If you go back and watch some of the other hands, it didn't look like there were too many trapped in anybody's hands, so they were plentiful in the wall.
Well, it's one of those hands where you're just looking at it and saying, well, easy hand. Mahjong sure is easy when you get hands like that, isn't it?
Hand basically plays itself at that point.
Absolutely. That's what Riichi Pinfu Tanya type hand. This has some options. Some Sanshku in here. It does have the west pair, which is the Yakuhai. There is one west out, though, already. Interesting. Not even going to hedge the 5, 6, 7 Sanshku. Haku pair
Ooh,
up. This is wanted to play with 2 dragons. The Haku and Chun pair. Can just call and
and
go
then
from that. We
also
might see
an
one of them
East
pop out now.
pair.
Nope. Throws the 9 instead. Pay. Doesn't really fit. But yeah, just going to continue cutting from this Monzu. Looking for the Honitsu.
Chitoi
Non-pair. It's actually Chitoitsu Ishanten.
throws away the 3-so
Chitoitsu
pair though, so
Honitsu.
maybe, yeah, hedging all that value to try and make up for some of the points.
Well, the real question is if the Shun comes out, does it get called? Because you are moving back in Shunten, but making the hand a lot easier to play.
Yeah, you could see some sort of like Honitsu Toy Toy type push if if those things come out, because those honor tiles do seem relatively easy to call if they come out. It looks like Fukushima's just
Oh,
kind of, or
well,
not,
just
sorry,
onko it up.
Fujishima.
Don't worry about that. Out goes the South. Definitely planning to call this down. Not greeting for the Toy, just wants the direct Mongon. Fastest route to Tempai appears to be the play. Chun may come out here. No. Holding this Chun back. Maybe make a read here. Because these are some really strange discard pawns. It's like they're brute forcing. Well, Khan!
Let's go.
There it is. 32 Fu, of course, won't matter for this hand. It's going to be Mongon either way. Oh, and draws the Dora on the Rinshan draw. Does throw it back.
Immediately drops
8 Mon's
it.
the new Dora. At the same time, everyone goes, hey, wait a second. I feel 1 Mon's the cut here, but instead goes to the 9s. 4 pair up. This is Chitoitsu Ishan. 10 could go 2-pin or that Chun. It's been holding that Chun the entire hand. Pay
Maybe looking for
Onko, hand moving forward.
Chun to hold on as a Chitoi wait. That
Yes,
would
that
be
appears to be the play.
ideal. Yeah, these
1
are some really
pin.
strange
Ooh.
discards.
Yeah, it goes to the 5. Has just decided the Chun is never coming out.
It most certainly seems like one side is pursuing some Sozu Honitsu, and the other side probably some sort of odd Monzu something based on the way that the pools are
Developing.
going.
Oh, that might push us to a regular hand. There goes the Chun. There's
It's
the
called
call. Ishan 10. Of course, there is possible
South.
Chanta in this
There
hand.
it is.
We have Haku and Chun. Of course, you love the Hatsu draw here, even though there is, what, 1 out at this point? Yes, only the 1 on the left from the screen. And that is a very wide hand. You can go Tanya with a 1-2 pin cut, and that is the play.
He doesn't
5
love what's
so.
going on elsewhere and is going to try and speed his way out a little bit.
Well, you see someone who's called 2 dragons, including a Khan, so even if it's not Honitsu, it has a ton of Fu and is worth quite a bit, but you have to assume it's Honitsu with that pawn. There's the Chun, that's the 4th one, so that's safe anyway. 1 pin is a blank. 7's a great fill. It is Tempai, Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyao, 2 Mon, 5 Mon.
With 2 potential Uras.
4. Oh, well, it would have been very close. Still Ishan 10. 6 is a great draw. I mean, you're never throwing Hatsu here, are you? Trying to decide, is this worth fighting? I feel it's East or North are the real options here.
The East is also not seen because Okubo has 2 in her hand, and so kind of thinking, is he maybe waiting on the East shadow?
Out it goes! Doesn't believe the Daisongen. It is correct. Bold push, but does pay off. Out goes that 8 Mondora from the Riichi. Not called. I'm shocked that isn't called. Just afraid of the pay. That would have been Tempai.
I believe she... Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a Shampoo and Tempai for Mongon Plus, but manages to pass it. Does not want to throw the pay. Of course, we know where the pay are. They're stuck in this hand. Yeah, Shaw, that looks like mostly a fold.
I do respect Okubo full steam ahead, even at Ishan 10.
All right, 6. That is Tempai. Now waiting 1 Formon. Sumo, reach Sumo, Tanyao, Pinfu. 1 Ura. So it's going to be Mongon. So you're going to close the gap significantly. I don't think it quite overtakes Fukushima, but it'll be very close. 400
just
points.
barely 400 points.
Of course, the other 2 players are sitting at the table going, hey, can I get hands like that? But the big story in that hand was we saw the The Hatsu push, the I don't believe you have Daishangen, gets it through. But
To
ultimately, it's the
Okubo
team
and
Riichi.
yeah, to Okubo and Fujishima's credits, they were trying very hard to build those really big hands, trying to get somewhere. Just didn't work
Right.
out in that particular case. The dealer was faster. The wall gave him exactly what he needed, which is exactly what it's doing right now.
This is
Incredible fill
Ishant,
on
and this
that
is
5.
Kutsuki. 1-pin, 5-pin floaters. You do have the 2-pin pair locked up. Imagine any improvements in that one comes out. 3 creates a 1, 3, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So double Kanchan in there. 3 is a great draw. Itsu potential now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And yeah, there is the 2-mon.
Oh.
Going to be a floater. Would love a 3-mon Dora draw for a 3-sided Riichi.
It would put him in furry 10 as he did drop the 1-mon there, but a 3-sided furry 10 147 isn't the worst thing to take.
Well, especially this early. And your sumo rate's what? 70, 80% at that rate?
This is Tenpai. He takes it
Way
for
up
Dama
there.
6-pin.
Well, we're going to see the 9 go back, keeps the 1, 3, 5, 7, 7. 8-pin fills one of those Kanchan. 3, and that's going to be good enough. Throws the stick out. Okubo
Is
with
Riichi
Riichi Pinfu.
Pinfu Dora, I think she had
I
one.
think there was one. Ooh, 3-mon Dora drawn here as well. 4-pin, Ipeco upgrades. Yes, 1 Dora here.
Yes. Yep. We do see a bunch of 2s and 5s locked into hands, though. So by my count, 5
3-mon.
of them.
Uh-oh. That is an uh-oh draw.
Not great. Not great.
You just draw Dora, or alternatively throw the 6-mon, shoves the 6. Dora Tonki potential. 2-pin, 5-pin. Of course, we see 3 of them stuck in this hand. Just dominating on that 6. 4's a great fill. Might push here, maybe the tune. Of course, even potentially the
Nope.
2-pin, which would deal in. Throws the 4, continuing to fold. Oh, the 9, the backfire. Would have been Tenpai here.
The 9 is
Just was
Genbutsu,
never
so
throwing the
not.
Dora.
Yep. A hard. Sugiura is definitely pushing, but is not has not declared Riichi, even though he is pushing.
The
He
graphic
just doesn't want to
finally
lose this.
realized there was a Riichi on the table. Tech desk a little behind there. 6-0. I mean, the 4, the 5, the 7 have all been shoved. The 6 is probably safe. I'd read it this time.
How much
9-pin.
people believe in Suji sometimes, but
Well, that's not even really Suji. That is Tenpai, though. This could be Dora Tonki if the 9-pin comes out. It would be Tanyao Ipeco Dora 2. I think
the
the
9-pin did
consideration is
just
to
come
just
out as
Riichi.
well. Thinking about dropping
Well,
Dora potentially before that 3, 6, 9-pin.
I think this is just a Dama Riichi. There is a very tempting weight on the 369, but Dora Tonki.
Yeah, Tanya Ipeco Dora 2 is Mangan, which would be a very welcome points addition. Really thinking about it though, wants to consider his win
Ooh,
rates.
takes it, throws the Dora. The
Does pass.
369, of course, the cheap end is the 3-pin. Would lose the Ipeco.
Fukushima says, I don't want to play anymore, and is just going to continue folding.
And I think when you're throwing Dora, even if it is Suji to something that's already cleared, everyone knows you're tapped by, likely in Genbutsu. So I don't know that you're fooling anyone with this play. 3-6 has already come out. You don't see a ton of 2s, but 3 1s. I think it's a very safe push. 4, that is the weight that was looked for. This is probably just going to be a Riichi with the 7. And it
There
is
it
Riichi
is.
Tanyao, 3-pin, 6-pin. This is a consideration. Wait, do I just call to break the Ipatsu? And we'll
and
do
he
so.
does.
Says, okay.
Probably north here. Yep.
And this may just be a sumo agree chase, but it's the
Immediate
sumo
sumo.
instead. The saddest hand of all time, the 2-on-20. Let's see, is that... Yeah, that's 2-on-20, isn't it?
I believe it can be read as Tonki weight 3-pin, so it is
Let's
2
see.
Han
Yes,
30.
Let's see. Yeah,
Or
230 makes sense.
because it's 3, 3, 4, 4, 5,
Wait,
5,
no, if it
6,
were the
7, 8,
Tonki, I mean, we'll see
9.
it. It'd be just Sumo Nomi if you had the Tonki. It's whether you score the Ipeiko in there.
I don't think you
I don't think you
can because the
can.
6, 7, 8, 9
Right, I think
is
it's...
forced
Yeah, that's not even
to.
Pinfu, is it? Yeah, think about this. It's just the
Uh,
1-Han
it could
30, isn't it?
it could be read as Pinfu, I believe. Score is really
Oh, yeah, it
not
is a
catching up with us for a second, but yeah.
Whoever's on the tech desk today is way behind. Yeah, Sumo Pinfu looks correct. My initial read was the Sumo Pinfu, 2-on-20. Oh, well, all the 4 so held in that hand. 9 so going to be held back here. A couple pairs. Speaking of pairs, now an Anko with the 8-on.
Or
Haku
Tanya
goes back.
Ishanten.
3-pin, possibly Peiko there.
Holding on to all
Banman.
those honors, potentially trying to go for a Honitsu in the Dots Pinzu suit.
8 so. Could potentially go Chinitsu in the Sozu here. 7-1, not a great floater, but just gets rid of the south here. It is 1 out now. 1, 2, 3. That is no Ishanten headless.
Ishanten. Yep.
Another Sozu draw. I mentioned just 4-pin or
Hanzo.
5-mon. Or even a Con. I think that's a consideration, is do you cut one of the floaters or just Con now? 9 so. Okay, going full Tanyao. 5 so pair up. There's a Chitoi route now. 3-pin, that is Tempai.
Tempai.
Riichi on the door,
Waiting on the
Tonki.
Dora.
Riichi Dora 2, waiting 7, so we see one of them here. 6-mana, great draw, may incentivize the fight. 5 so pair up, we might see a Con here.
On would break Ipatsu, and if he draws the 6-9 pin, he would become Tempai.
Nope, just
Chooses
throws the
not
3.
to.
Now the 3 is an interesting cut from the
He
perspective of the rest of the table, because it's a 5 so Riichi. Why would you throw the 3? Well, we know the actual answer is all 4 of the 4s were in that hand, so it had a wall on it.
Yes, as well as 2 other 3-sos, so continues to buy himself time and safety. The distance is large enough, I suppose, that he does not want to deal in.
It's Fukushima who's the Riichi in 3rd place, but in East 3, that's not like a big difference. Of course, it's not a secret. I play on the more aggressive side. I see Riichi, I throw a stick out.
Yeah, I do find that watching a lot of Japanese players and Japanese pros, they are a lot more cautious than a lot of other players that run the American circuit.
2 Magas. Oh, another 2 so. Now that's actually a 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4. So 2 completed shapes now in Sozu. Might give a way back in. Oh, 3 so. That's already cleared. Think about it for a second. Wait, that has cleared, hasn't it? Tone,
I think
not
like he
it.
just doesn't want to drop the 4-pin, at least until he gets some greater value out of that hand potentially.
Well, there is a 1-pin out, so it's not a double Masuji, but honestly, pins just look awful right now. That is technically Tempai, but not going to take
Rejects
it.
it.
He's definitely reading this as a Pinzu weight, which it's not.
It certainly looks like one with the pawn so bereft of Pinzu.
Well, yeah, plus the other players aren't throwing any Pinzu either. You're wondering, wait, do they even have them? How do they have safe tiles still? Now the 9 comes out.
It would appear that based on the way that everyone is discarding, they would be hoarding Pinzu, because they're cutting everything under the sun that's not Pinzu.
Well, yeah, and that always creates a bit of a dilemma of the, wait, did they have all my blockers and Pinzu's actually safe? And you can get yourself in trouble overthinking like that sometimes. 4 Mont. Well, this hand's just going nowhere. 3 Mont, isn't it? Just the door. It's honky weight still. You can see here
Looks like
Okubo has a huge
Okubo-
incentive to try and get back in, but just not getting the draws to do so. Ishunten not going to be taken. Sugiura not going to bother with this hand. Pay pair up. There's a Chitoi route, but I feel when the 1 pin was cut earlier, that's probably just gone. 4. This is Ishunten headless if the 2 gets pushed. I think you see all the 3s. You're kind of wondering why there aren't any 2s out, though.
I think there's actually also an interesting world in which you potentially could have dropped 7-9 pin, or at least 9 pin, and waited Tonki's 7 pin too, so something like that. There's the Dora. It's just gonna leave.
That's not leaving. No one's throwing Dora here. You don't have to worry about that. I'd have to draw it from the wall. I believe there is 1 7-so left in the wall. Two pin is not it, and we're running out of draws. This and 1 more, I believe.
Tenpai.
No, 3 more. 3 more draws.
Okubo has reached Tenpai as
Con!
well.
To deny another draw specifically.
Not entirely sure where the Haite was. There it is. Okay,
Yep,
so
there we go.
Con's away the Haite.
Okubo does get to Tenpai, but Fujishima is going to pick up Tenpai payments as well and will be dealer here in East 4.
Everyone's faces are drawn very tightly in this match.
Well,
really
Okubo's a little bit back.
concentrating.
Fujishima's kind of a clear third. There's a bit of a fight for first, but it is still reasonably early at East 4. 1 Homba, 1 stick in the middle. This looks like a Pinfu hand. Would love to get some honor pair-ups or at least something in the middle. 4-6 isn't the ideal shape, but there's a 4-5-6 Sanchoku potential. Speaking of Sanchoku potential, 7-8-9 there. Gets a 2-mon, a great fill. This has a distant 7-8-9 Sanchoku. This has a nice little 2-3-5-6-8. It's a bit of an overlap, but you'll take that. 4-mon does nothing in this hand. By the way, that looks Ishunten. 1-so pair up. 7-mon. So it's not that useful having cut the 9 the last turn, but it's not like the honor's already better. So out goes the West. 1's drawn and thrown back. 7. Not going to hedge the Peiko route. It'd be a lot of work to get there anyway, just playing raw efficiency. Hatsu, we're going to see.
Just looking for.
Yeah.
Is Tenpai really?
South Floater continues to get a disconnected honors. 2, 4, 5, 5, 7, 8 now. We'll cut the East. There are some Honetsu shifts later. Oh, the 9 would have a backfire with the Peiko Dora 2.
Probably doesn't want to take it though, since he does have potential Sanchoku, which is higher value, and there's no point in cutting off his 2-3-4-mon that he's already completed as well.
Well, no, you would have broken off one of the pairs instead. But regardless, we're here now. 2 pin goes back. 4, decent floater. The problem is the rest of the hand's very slow. Goes to the 8, so to slim down. 5.
There's actually only
4.
So there's actually no 9-mon left for that 7-8-9 Sanchoku here.
Oh, no, another 9.
All the 9s are visible. 1 in the pond, 3 right here. So it looks like Sugiura is not going to end up drawing that Sanchoku Tenpai.
Chun pair. There's the south will be called down by Okubo. Just trying to get anything here. No value in that hand, though. 5-so pair up. 1 mon doesn't help. Goes back. 5-pin pair up. Could go 4-2. Will. 6. That
Yep,
is
there's the
Senpai. Which one will
senpai.
be taken? The Shumpon Terminal Riichi. Riichi Dora 1. 1-pin 9-so. Or see a 9-so
The
in
one
this
pins
hand.
has been cut.
Yes. So overall, 2 weights in the wall still. Oh,
Another 7
Dora.
pin.
You look at that pot, it's just sadness. Could have an Onko of 9-pin and an Onko of the 7-pin. 3, that
This
moves the hand to
is
Ishan 10 if it
Ishan
gets pushed.
10.
I think the 2-so doesn't look that bad, but we'll push the 1 instead.
1-so being Suji, hoping that because she has a pair of them, they're not mochi about it.
7 mon pair up, moves towards Tanyao potentially now. 9-pin, of course. That's not going to do anything here. West isn't it. 3 connects to the 2, but this hand's still mostly just folding. 8-pin. That's not a great tile, but you see a lot of door. You're kind of wondering, wait, why? I think
Could
it's
cut
has
off
to
the
be
1-2
1-so here.
here.
Yeah, if you cut the 1 earlier, okay,
Oh.
going to keep the Ishan 10. Now, that's why I didn't like the 1-so cut earlier, is you're so incentivized to cut the 2-so in that situation and continue with the 1-2. 3-pin, isn't it? There's the door. I believe that's the last one. And that is Tempai. This is Dama 147 so. This is also
1-so
Tempai
is
waiting
safe.
3-so.
3-so? 2-so. Oh. There's the...
Ishunten here. Oh, there is our
There's a
3-so.
3-so deal in
Sanzo
for
delivers
South
again, so it will
only.
be non-Nomi there. Will shut down the Riichi, though, and that's all Okubo can really hope for. Does get 2 Riichi sticks from that one on hand, so 3,300 is not a bad win given the situation, and will be dealer here in South 1.
Yeah, it does bring herself closer also to Fujishima, who was dealer, so ending his dealership with a couple points of her own directly from him is very nice.
All right, well, it looks like I just want to call it a
Pinfu,
mess.
maybe?
It has too many pairs. It is Ipeco. Like the 3-pin and then the hand's workable, but it's likely to be reaching on because you have double terminal Shumpon there. So either one Onko's
Yeah.
up or you're stuck using them as a Shumpon Riichi. This is similarly a really bad hand. When the
Could draw the 4
penchant
pin
are
and
some of
drop
the
the 1
better,
pin.
when an overlapping penchant is one of the better shapes in your hand, that's a pretty good indication it's terrible.
Rough place to be for sure.
Hatsu goes back 5-pin. That's nice with the 2 4s of Dora there. So 4 4 5 5 7. Ugh. This is just a depressing hand to look at. We'll throw the 8, keep the 5, hoping to connect to Dora later. 2 mon does nothing, has the 4 5. Haku, back it goes. 2 pin. Now that leaves some flexibility. Might go 8-so or 1-so here. Nope, throws it back.
I wonder what you're hoping out of Fujishima's hand, really. It just kind of looks very sad.
Sometimes the wall just says you are not winning this hand, and sometimes you just have to accept it. Doesn't mean you can't dig yourself holes while trying to make something happen. And most of the pros will
And
back off.
that,
They just think it doesn't happen.
yeah, that pond is also very, very sad between 2
This
pair
is
cuts.
Ishun 10.
Or Ipeco Pinfu, maybe Dora.
I think it was Tanyao in there potentially if you get that 4-pin Dora. Oh, there's your pension, Phil. So now you have some options. You can cut the 1-so or 9-pin, or you can cut the 7-so, or you can cut the 6-pin. All are valid decisions here. I think I actually like the 6-pin just because I'm seeing from those tiles. I think everyone has a bunch of middle pinzu. Because I'm seeing a lot on the outside, both sides of the outside of the pinzu, and usually that's because you have better shapes around the Dora. But it's
That's
Tenpai now.
Tenpai.
We'll go ahead and Riichi here. This is a really sneaky Shumpon with the 9-pin Suji trap once out. And 4-mon goes out. 3-pin. I mean, do you just shove? Nope, just folds. Yeah,
This is a
this
folding
hand
hand.
is
Fujishima
that is very
a
much
big fold hand.
we're not going to bother with this. 5-so that is Tenpai. This should be a chase. The 1-pin is pretty dead here, 3 out, so you're going to win on the door anyway. But at the same time, no one's throwing Dora other than the Riichi hand, so I'd just throw the stick out without thinking. But instead, going to play around it.
Maybe thinks the 8-pin is a little too dangerous with the 6-pin Riichi, which it's not 8-pin, but it is in the area, so maybe trying to
Definitely in the
Mawashi
area.
around it. Trying to draw around it.
2-so, that would have been an Ipeco upgrade. Just cuts the other 7 for now, though, of course. 2-pin, that is not Tenpai.
The 5-so has become safe, and so probably looking to pull something around the 8-pin to try and either chase with a better Riichi or Dama a good, like a Tanyao in that area, dropping the 5-so for Tenpai. I don't
I think it
necessarily see a Riichi. Um,
has to be Tenpai first. I think it was more a decision, do I push the 4-7 Suji? Because it looks terrible. Of course, it being the door Suji, but does shove the 7 anyway. 6-pin.
once
That was the
again,
Riichi
I was
tile.
yeah, this hand with Sugiura, I don't know if you would Riichi anyway. So this is again Ishan 10 again.
Yeah, this is Ishan 10
Um,
still.
yeah, did drop the 4 earlier, so that makes him Furry 10 if he ends up in that waiting on that area.
With potential shred. Oh, there's the last 9-pin
Just
reach.
Sumo.
Sumo. Not a ton of
Just
value there, but
Fujitsumo.
Okubo will be glad to take 1,000 all, and the Riichi stick back, I believe, puts into 3rd place, because Fukushima will drop down with that sumo payment. And yes, it is. 300-point gap now into 3rd place.
Yeah, we've gotten to the point where everyone is quite close again, within not too difficult striking distance in any direction.
All right, look at this hand. Nice little Monzu shape here. Would love a 5-mon. Other than that, needs some work in the other suits. Which is a very good Pinfu hand. 2-mon would help immensely. 1, 2, 3 Sanjiko looking very good.
Let's put
This
June pair up
kind
for
of a
a head.
mediocre Pinfu hand, but it does have a north pair, so maybe just call and go. 5, 7, 7, 7, 8. So very flexible. Maybe hold it to with that 2-mon draw. 4-mon, 2, 3, 4 Sanjiku now also an option.
Yeah, you
2
can draw
subs
either
really
side,
do
1
much.
or 4.
Yeah, and you want to hedge both, of course, as long as you can. Because that way at least you're oh, well, that's just Horitsu or even Chinitsu. 6-0, interesting. Not going to hold it, keeping 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't want the Kanshan 5 option. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
No north call. Probably doesn't think his hand is fast enough to really get anywhere.
Well,
Or
I think
he's
it's
not
more there's
even
no
north
value
seat.
either, so you're giving up your defense, telling everyone you have a hand when you don't, and you just get in big trouble making plays like that. What happens to be my pastime?
Yeah.
I'll call it thinking.
I apologize. Actually, the player holding north pair is not the north seat. He
It's
is
not North
west
Seat, that
seat,
would be
so that's
why.
why.
Makes a lot more sense then. We do have very flexible hand here. This is how much you want sunscreen. This is I want it. I need it. One mon goes back. Yes,
Keeping the
that's
3-so, I think,
Fukushima who has
does.
the pair.
Yeah,
This is
keeping
a
the 3-so
nice
previously.
option. Ishan 10. 2 pins a little slow.
I think there might be
8 mon
some
will be held
wariness
back.
from the
Potential
group.
call options. Would love to get the tune, get something out of this hand. 3 mon. Ooh, could go 8, 9 so even. And
I
will.
think, yeah, that's where it's gonna go, is a little bit more of a Tanya
2
shift.
mon. That is Ishan 10 with tons of upgrades to Chinitsu.
Yeah, absolutely looking for that. She did call with a 9-mon, so I bet everyone else is kind of thinking like, oh, what could she have? Given what's out, Yakuhai is still live because of this because of
8
the
so
Chun
pair
pair
up.
that's
This is now
live.
Ishan 10. Which 3-5 do you want to keep? Both of them goes to the 7-8. This is largely because the 9s are pretty dead, so it's effectively Kanchan anyway. 5 on that is such a wide Ishan 10 for Chinitsu.
Sometimes the wall just gives you what you need. It just says, okay, here.
Well, needs one more to get to Tempai. Another
There's a
7
7 pin
throws it
again.
back. And that is not it. Still Ishan 10.
No Chun
4.
call
Okay, 2, 3, 4.
is.
Sanchiku is the play. We'll be using the
Yep.
Chun as the pair. 9 so going to be held back as a relative safe tile. Chun. Well, that's the last Chun. Of course, has decided it's the pair in this hand, so not going to call it. 2, 3, 4 Sanchiku is the play.
And actually, if you look at that hand, he's dropped a lot of pairs. Sugiura
Well,
has dropped
yeah, you're
on
almost wondering
accident.
maybe I could have gone Honroto even with that pond.
Right. The 1-so pair, 6-so pair in the pond, accidental 7-8-mon pair that he has dropped. And then obviously the Chun pair that he's had this whole time. It's always a little vexing when you're both close to a very, very normal hand, and yet your pond really says, hey, you could have had.
You could have had
Although
some
I
pairs
don't.
or some other value, but I wouldn't be that worried about it in this situation. Now this
know.
hand is
I
just stuck with
wonder.
West Door. You can't throw it when someone's going Honetsu, I guess. Ooh, Witchy Shunt is going to be held. Keeps the 4-so Kanchan. 8. That is not Tempai, I don't think.
No, she's still Ishan 10 because she has the 2-2-3-3-4-4 shape locked, and then she has
Right.
the 5-6-6-8. So now kind of
Yes.
looking to draw anything. 1, 2. I believe most tiles will put her into Tempai if she can
I
just get
want to
them.
say every tile in Monzu gets Tempai there.
I believe so. Not sure how many are left for her though, given that many of them are in other
Ooh,
people's
3, 4,
hands
5
or in the
Sanchiku shift.
pond.
That 5 likely comes out if it gets to Tempai with Tanya Sanchiku. Weston says, nope, that's Dora. I'm done here.
Says the goodbye. I believe everyone's
6.
looking.
Uh-oh. That may be a sign to
Yikes.
give up. And yes, it is. Ishunton still,
Well,
though.
maintains, yeah, Ishan 10, even though 345 Sanshoku would have been nice, it's just not worth
Oh,
it at this point.
well,
But
speaking
Ishan
of
10
Sanchiku,
again!
we're back. Just draws another Dora. That is
This is
not
still Ishan
Tempai
10.
either.
Funny enough, also with the same shape for the 3556. So 5668 here,
That's Senpai.
3556.
This is going to come out. Waiting 2-5 mon now.
It looks like the 2-mon is
But just gets there at the very end. And everyone takes a look and goes, really? That's who got Senpai? It's just Sugiura who is going to get into first place off of that. Draws on his last draw, gets the Tempai pull. And ends up netting quite a bit there into first place. We'll be dealing here in South 2.
did feel like Okubo had a lot of steam going into the game and as the progression of the hand, but right at the end, the wall said, "All right, that's it for you."
Can happen that way. Has a nice little Pinfu hand here. Does have a Haku Dora as well. Would love to pair that up. A 2-mon would also help. Does have a few extra hours to get rid of, so it's just a matter of which auto or terminal you go with. Goes with the pay. This is a Tanya, maybe even Toy Toy. East does nothing here. There is a Junchan type play. Maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanjuku. Very nice Pinfu hand here. So
Rishi only looks like.
Oftentimes you'll see just a whole bunch of Pinfu hands. That is not really what we're seeing here. This is, but the others aren't.
Yeah, I think Okubo though, like now that she's lost her dealership, is maybe looking for some extra value in her hand. So hoping to get more than maybe just Tanya, Pinfu, Riichi. But that's also pretty good, especially if you're able to flip Ura and Sumo. So you can build a lot of value out of Tanya, Pinfu.
Goes to the 7, not hedging the 7, 8, 9 Sanjuku. Keeps the East pair as well. 9, so it creates another Penchon. 2, 3, 4, draws the cheap end. Wanted the 5-mon side for that Sanjuku. 2, so gives a Tanya route now. And there's our Chi of the 1, 2, 3. Definitely going Chanta here. He's Shanten for that. 6, so. Actually makes a pretty good pair here. Could go 8, so or 7-mon. Goes to the 8, so. 9-mon goes back. And that is Tempai. We'll be waiting on the 8, so for Chanta. But that is Tempai. There is our Riichi. Riichi Pinfu 2, 5, so. Would be surprised to find out not the first attempt by this hand.
Now the Taku is just kind of stuck here. You obviously
until
can't
it
drop
pairs
it with
up, you're
none
not
out.
right.
Yep. Or if it gets dropped by the player in Riichi, in which case maybe you drop it immediately. And
alternatively, maybe you say, hey, that'd be a really good wait if I could get around to it.
Yeah, so options there. Funny enough, all the Haku are still somewhere in the wall. None of them have been seen, other than the one in hand.
3-pin isn't it? The Riichi still got a 2, 5, so. Well, there's the
pair-up.
Haku. That's Ishunten. Even callable. If it comes out, it will be pawned for Tempai.
Yeah, and it would be pawned by our dealer for a dealer Mangan.
Fear would love to get it. 3-mon isn't the draw, though. 8-pin isn't it either. Not a great tile to discard against this Riichi, but I don't think you have a choice. It has to be 8-pin or 9-pin, doesn't it?
I guess there's a world in which you drop one so
One
potentially
so,
and force the Haku into your
wow,
pair.
okay. Brute forcing the Penchon. There's a 1-out Penchon. We see some 7s in this hand. It's a really bad shape.
I think I would have probably just dropped the 8-9 pin and hoped kind of for the best a little bit, but perhaps a tendency to not want to cut things that aren't direct honors and terminals.
Boy, the tech guys are so slow. They just noticed there's a Riichi and put it up.
Okubo's been in Riichi for at least a turn.
Yeah.
We've been going around.
We're what, 5 draws ago? 5 rounds for the table? Yeah. Well, that feels. And you see, this is the issue. You're gonna have to throw the 9-8 anyway, probably, and that ended up just really weakening this hand.
Yeah, left yourself in a bad shape. There's the Tuso that I believe deals in.
It does. Just waiting on the Gibutsu 8, so, but it never came out, and that's an Ura. Reach Pinfu Ura 1. So Okubo will pick up some points here off Fukushima. Fujishima going to drop down way below, almost 10,000 behind third place. And now it's a 3-person race, although Fujishima with last dealer potentially. Fukushima, on the other hand, will be dealer here in South 3, currently in second place, less than 1 Han dealer behind first place Sugiura.
both of those hands have also guided her into collecting a lot of the homba that have accumulated on the table. I believe she's collected 4 of them in total with her winning hands. So while there's still small points, it's still worth pursuing those when you're really trying to pull your way back up to fighting stance.
All right, we look at these hands. Couple awkward shapes here, but it's Pinfu structure. Similarly, Pinfu hand, maybe 2 through Sanjiku if you connect something in the lower Pinzu. This is also Pinfu hand. Possible Itsu now. Possible 5-6 in
Yes.
Sanjiku. Lots of potential. Chun pair. This is call and go. Gonna be hard to get any real value of that hand, though. 2 pin, 2 through Sanjiku looking very good. Cuts the Floramon. Sakigiri holding those honors for now. 8 Mon could be the pair in this hand. Would not be ideal, though.
No, and since she has the 5-8, so 5, 6, 7, 8 shape, she could end up waiting for her pair on the 5-8 if she does pursue Itsu.
8. Well, your 8 Mon pair up, and now you have a 5. That's actually a useless tile. I just want
wonder
to
if
throw it
they're
back. Yeah,
it
effectively throws
out.
it back. Karigiri from the hand throws the 5 from the hand. 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku. That is now Ishan 10. Does lose out on the Sanjiku route though without another shift. 6 pin now
7
2, 4, 6, 6, 6, 7. 2 Mon pair out. This is a very tragic hand.
2, 5. Yeah, just gonna chuck it back, but the 2, 5, 8. Sort of the worst pair ups that you could have in that particular hand of shapes.
Oh, could go Tanya here. I kind of like the 9-8 in Manzu. I also don't mind just cutting the 1 pin, but yeah, it does go with the 9-8.
May eventually end up cutting the 1 pin depending on if he draws anything around that 6.
Oh, for sure. Well, this should just be 9
7,
Mon, I feel.
so
It's just always 9 Mon, isn't it?
I guess you
Itsu's
could
not
drop 5
happening.
pin
Yeah, you
here.
can go 5 pin if you really want the Itsu. I just don't buy it. Okay. Is bought here, though. Free so
Don't know
goes
if
back, but
she's
does throw the 5.
I don't know if she's like hunting for the Itsu necessarily. Maybe just thinks the 5 pin isn't going to be safe later down the road, decides to Sakigiri or cut it early. 6.
6 Mon doesn't do anything here because it's never really the
No.
Peiko shape. 1 so does nothing here. Cuts the 1 from hand. 4 pin, that's a great draw, but it's not Tempai still. Possibly
He's gonna make
Peiko
that Tanya
upgrade.
shift there.
Yeah, it is a slow play, but oh, that's
This
a
is
good
Tempai.
draw.
Riichi.
That is Riichi
Of course.
Pinfu, possible Tanyao. 6 so, of course, being Tanyao. 9 so isn't, but here are 2 of the 6s.
Possibly looking to drop maybe Chun here.
That's my
I can also
suspicion.
see.
Chumon is safe enough with the Genbutsu, so says that's good
Yes.
enough. 9 pin is Dora, but I just don't see that hand having enough to continue with.
He does have a
Jen's
lot of the
been looking for
7
two
pin
versions, but it's not there.
blockers.
Yes. Haku goes back, so I think we're just going to 3-3 folds here.
I think even with all the 7 pin blockers, you probably don't want to throw Dora into E-pots at the very least, and probably will not cut it here if he can end up using it. He does have the 8 mon that's Suji, and between the 2, 5, 6, 9 cut, you might have some thoughts that maybe the 8 mon isn't as useful, but with the 9 mon Riichi, it's a little. Oh, there it goes. Yep.
Out it goes,
Probably
says
did
the
that similar
spine.
read.
Well, yeah, you also, with the 5 mon Suji, it's not a great tile, and it definitely could have dealt with the Shempole and just looking at the hand structure. It's more, what are you going to do if you don't throw it?
Yeah, it's like, what else in your hand is it gonna go? Oh no.
And there's your backfire. How could this hand get worse? And the wall said, hey, let me help you find out. Force a
Yeah.
pair up. This hand feels like it's done as well. Just really wanted to
Does
do
seem
reverse
that
Sanchiku,
way.
and it gave none of them. None of the 2, 3, 4 were finished, and needed all 3.
A
Dora
lot of
draw.
6
Well, that's
toes.
just done.
Yep, a lot of the 6-sos are absorbed in hand. There's one of the 9-sos. But it doesn't look like there's too many other 9-sos. So it looks like I believe there's 2 9-sos left because Okubo has 1 6-so, Sugiura has 2, Fukushima has 1, and so it's just 1 9-so left in the wall.
Well, the other
Maybe
part of this
Chitoi
is
here?
I don't think so. I'm gonna hedge it for a bit, but I don't think it finishes. The other thing to consider is just your points going into all last here, because it doesn't really look like Fukushima is fighting this. So that would
Yeah.
be pretty good for Sugiura to just fold. Fujishima, on the other hand, just has such an incentive to push, but not the hand to do so. That is Ishan 10. No value, though. Get the 6, but it's the wrong suit. Hatsu pair up, but that's just a fold. Doesn't matter. There's another 9, so...
That is, I believe, the last one. Or there's one left. I may have misread the wall and the tiles slightly.
Shaw pair up. Well, back to Chitoi Shunton if you want it.
Here, maybe you cut the 8 pin if you were
I
gonna
like
hedge.
the 8. Yep, I agree with the 8. Instead goes with the 4. East goes back.
So assuming that everyone else
3-so.
is folding out based on what's being
Feels like
visible, that's
everyone's
actually
folding.
gonna put Okubo in a better position. She'll be up.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Gets the call. Now
or
Tempai. Shaw will
Tenpai.
one mon.
He's not West Seat though, so this is Arozuke or no Yaku Tenpai.
Yeah, Keishiki
Probably
Tempai.
just for K10 wants those points at the very end, so that'll still put Okubo in a slightly nicer position for potentially trying to take first in the last hand, but
Oh, Dora
there's the
draw.
Dora.
Does
Oh,
shove the
drops the
6. South, this hand is just not cooperating. Folded earlier, so it doesn't really matter. Another one of 6s, that just came out. Clear tile.
7 has already
So I'm
passed.
not that bad, so not an issue here. And that is the 1, of course, that deals into nothing. It deals in, but with no Yaku, so of course not going to call Rowan.
Okay, so I do think there is one 9-so left. I was wrong in my previous count. There is one 9-so in the wall.
There we
But
see it. 2
it's in
players
the dead
Tempai.
wall somewhere.
And it keeps Okubo's lead on Fujishima to more than 8,000 here, but Fujishima will be dealer in all last. But look at the scores between first and third here, with 1,300 in the pot.
Yes, very,
So
very
two
close.
on win for anyone is good enough for first place, other than Fujishima, of course, who gets a repeat, and it wouldn't matter how big your hand is because you get a repeat. Well, that looks like Kanchan Hell.
Ugh.
It is
Definitely
Kanchan
not the
Hell.
hand. Definitely not the hand you want as dealer. So
That
far behind looking
is
for
It is not the
speed.
worst hand I've ever seen, but it's awful. I guess
I
there are
wonder
a
what
couple Itsu
you
routes. That's how I'd hedge it. I'd play the Itsu option. There are Tanyao, but okay, goes to the 1-so. Thinking Pinzu is the better suit. Potential Honitsu or even cheated to play later. Chun pair. The problem is Okubo needs another Han in order to take first place. At the same time, if you're in this situation where you don't think you're going to get any thefts, you can just call it down because 1 Han would be enough to be second place. 8-pin pair up. Ooh, that gives a bunch of options. 9-so maybe?
the 1-so
8-so,
previously
same
didn't really
thought.
keep anything up. Because he had the 4-so, but is now going
That's
to break up the
Ishan
8-9
10.
shape.
Needs the 3-so, but 2 of those are pretty locked in this hand.
But the Legend of Sanzo.
Well, it only takes 1 to win, but you do have to get it eventually. And it's interesting because the other 3 players are all in 3-so weight blocks. I believe 2-1-2 so and a 2-4 so. Other than this hand, which of course has the pair. And now it feels almost Tanya, maybe Chitoi.
I believe it is going to be Tanya here because Sugiura is currently in first. 1,000 points grants him first place
Is good
proper,
enough.
so is
Yes.
going to just
Take
try
anything
and
you
kind of
get.
tough it
That
out.
is Senpai, would be a Sanzo Riichi. Could also cut the 1-2 so, but I think just throwing the stick out is
Nope.
good enough because Riichi Sumo would be first place.
Forces everyone else to think about their hands as well. So here, for example, the Chun pull, it's turn 4 Riichi, and it's kind of an odd discard pool. So North 9-mon, very normal, but 5 so 4 pin does indicate the speed of the hand and the potential of the shapes.
Yeah, at the same
Um,
time, there is the consideration of, given the condition, just going to Riichi anything anyway. And there is a big
Absolutely.
buffer for Sugiura and Fukushima to dropping down to fourth for Fujishima. So, especially Fukushima is incentivized to just throw anything and go. Sugiura is in a much more awkward position where you can lose placement here. If you deal in, of course, but I feel it's just 9 so. Could go 2 pin if you're a little greedy.
I think the real question here is if Sugiura believes that Fukushima might end up folding out, because Fukushima has folded out several hands over the course of this Hanchan, and so it's a little bit of like a player read almost, because if Sugiura and Fukushima both fold out, then they may not lose, or at least Sugiura in particular may not lose significant placements.
Well,
Hard to
Fukushima
tell though.
should shove anything unless Fujishima gets a Tempai. I don't think
That's
Fukushima
each
almost ever has an
Fukushima?
incentive to Dama, so it should be pretty clear what is going on when it happens. Well, there goes the 2 so. It's going to be a pawn for a really messy Toy Toy. Or even Tanya
I
here.
I don't know if I like that.
Well, if you pass it, you're probably going Chitoi too, so it does pass it though.
Yeah, it's hard to say because the Toy Toy 4 pin is already once cut, and so you would be relying on the last 4 pin, which we see right here. So that would be like a very, very
Like that one?
messy. Yep, there it goes.
1 so goes out. 9 goes back. You're just playing Chitoi at this point. 7 so. Bit tragic in that pond with the 5, 6, 7, 8 in the pond.
But,
9
you
so is
know,
Suji. You should be very safe here. And yeah, that is eventually the skirt.
it is also
I'm on.
safe fully
Okay,
because of
that
all of
is
the
Ishanten, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah, there's the
Okay.
Pinzu shape isn't too completed shapes just yet.
Mm.
Boy, that hand was sad to begin with, and it just has not gotten better. I called it Kanchan Hell. You can take a picture. This is what Kanchan Hell looks like. It may have too many pairs, would be the only argument, but that is ugly.
This
6 mon Onko.
is yep. Mm. Yeah, I think Fukushima is just going to be kind of shoving without being too dangerous, at least until he reaches Tempai. He's waiting for better tiles for him to shove some of his more dangerous ones.
Now there is an interesting play where there was a delay on that 6 pin. The
There
player
was,
has
I
drawn on the right. There
believe,
was a bit of a
yeah.
delay, but it was passed. There's the West. And another
West.
West. That is the Dora, of course. That's why everyone goes, oh, I can get rid of it now. Cool. 9 mon goes
Hedging
back.
Chitoi here as well, actually, from Sugiura. That's why he hesitated
8 pin. That
and
is
then
not
dropped
Tempai
the.
either. Could go Hatsu
But,
Hatsu, though.
I kind of like Hatsu Hatsu, but I can also see the 8 pin,
Will
7
be
pin
Hatsu Hatsu.
arguments.
You could even
It
go
still
2
maintains
3 if you
the
really believe
takedown.
that Hatsu is good. But you have to figure it's going to be a hand like this that just stuck on it.
Mm-hmm. Really tough for Fujishima. There's just not a lot of options for that hand, and there's nowhere to go. And it seems like he's pretty solidly committed to at least trying for Chitoy. He didn't call any open for Toy Toy, and he didn't
Senpai!
call for Tanyo.
This is Pinfu, so Pinfu or Pinfu Ipeiko.
The 4-pin is twice cut, but it is safe against the player in Riichi, so somebody could definitely drop it once again if they have it.
Yeah, that's Fukushima. Any win is good enough for first place at this point.
As long as he doesn't draw the deal-in tile, which I don't believe there's that many left of them, actually.
Well, because two of them are stuck right here in front of us. Well, the 3-mon is bad, but it doesn't matter. You just have to shove with this hand.
There's 2 3-sos left in the wall somewhere.
Yes.
Oh, there's the deal-in
That
for
could be the expensive end.
Pinfu
Pinfu Ipeiko.
Ipeiko.
230, and with that, going to take first place off of that win. Not enough to draw Okubo into fourth place, but Fukushima, the winner here, gets that +4.
You can see Sugiura really thinking over that game, seeing if there was anything he could have maybe done differently to try and achieve first. Very close game and very disciplined play from Sugiura and Fukushima a lot of the time, choosing which hands to fight. Okubo was very full steam ahead for a lot of that. She reached multiple times. She did lose a couple of her sticks, which may have contributed to the scoreline here. And then Fujishima just nothing good was coming out of those hands.
Yeah, those are some less than ideal hands, but regardless, enough to get the points there. With that, let's go ahead and see the updated standings. You can see a tie now. City Plus and Ake out there in front. Orfu in third place. Four Seasons Real Partner now tied, but that tiebreaker that's a gap. We talk about the tiebreaker, just a raw 111 points roughly. And of course, on the other end, Kanemon also with a tiebreaker to stay at 8th above Team Frontrunner. Trenders, unfortunately, trending downward with Kokomon Press and AI Native way back. With an 8-point gap, it is in theory possible to catch up, given we have 6 games left, but man, that is a lot of points.
Yeah, you're really going to have to put in some work to grab those points. Especially because I'm not sure if all these teams are going to be how many more games they're playing.
They are playing 6 more. You can see everyone in that column on the right.
Okay, everyone has 6.
Yes, everyone has 6. And with that, we will be back next week with the end of the regular season. There will be 3 games on Thursday, same time, same place, and then 3 more on Friday. And that will be it for the regular season, the Saikyosen Team Battle. So any closing thoughts, Amy?
I mean, I'm always looking forward to watching these guys play. I find it's really interesting. So in the previous games today, for example, like Hirano pulling up right at the very end to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat a little bit. And then even this game where it did kind of feel like Okubo and Fujishima were kind of close to the bottom for a little bit, but Okubo managed to pull herself up back into contention. So I think it is a little bit of sort of anyone's game based on each Hanchan. It could be, even those teams at the bottom could get those points if they're able to kind of square up every game.
Yeah, you do have some high rolling potential where you're like, well, we might as well go for it. Since no team is eliminated after the regular season ends, you have more games you have to qualify through, more cut points. So you may see some high rolling by some of those lower teams in the last several games. But with that, I think we go ahead and wrap it up here. So for Nathanael running the stream, we have Chiral, Jenn, Amy, and this is Corak. Hoping to see you on Thursday for the next 3 games, the penultimate day of the regular season of the Saikyosen Team Battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And then once again, thank you so much to our sponsors, and thank you so much to everyone who has watched the stream. Hopefully it was really fun for you guys. If you guys are interested in watching more, just in general, which you should, please feel free to like and subscribe to our channel so that you can get those live pings. And then finally, once again, we are doing the M League pro event in June, and so we highly recommend everyone who's interested in potentially playing some of these pros to come out to that event. Tickets are still available. Early bird pricing ends next week, so if you're looking to lock in some savings for a pretty exclusive event, now would be the time to do so.
All right. Hope to see you next week. Bye, all.